Perfect. Perfect.
What's going on, everybody? How are we doing? Hope you're doing well. We've got a fun show for you this evening. You know, I was sitting here over the last, I'd say, better part of an hour and a half, actually, trying to think of how to open the show. How you guys doing? How is everybody? And here's the thing, okay? Look, I could flower, I could go overboard. I feel like everybody is these days. But I just want to hit you with as honest a take as I can from this last week. Christopher, what's up? MJ, I'll address everybody here in a minute. Let me get this out. Watching this game on Sunday, okay? That was probably the best example of what I thought the 2024 Bears could look like in this offseason. And I think it's cool to see it lived out the way that the Bears lived it. The offense gets off to a slow start. They even make a couple mistakes early, including a very rookie mistake that we'll go over later. The defense bends a lot in that first quarter, but they don't break. And I don't know if you felt it, Bears fans, okay? I want you to tell me if you did. I don't know if you felt it, but there's this magic to being a Bears fan that I think only folks like us can understand. When the game has hung around at 3-0 for too long. And if you felt it, know that I felt it too. Where the Bears got to the second quarter and the Jaguars hadn't run away with it yet. Because the Bears defense had made enough plays to keep that score at a very achievable 3-0 without any vibes that it would change. And then the Bears put together a touchdown drive. They create a turnover. They put together another touchdown drive, if memory serves. Suddenly, it's 14-0. They score again. They create a turnover out of the third quarter, or to open the third quarter. They score again. And they just keep pouring it on. And yeah, sure, the Jaguars start to show signs of life. They're at the late part of the game. But the offense takes the baton from the defense and puts the game away. In a fashion that, don't get me wrong, I'm aware the Jags are a poor football team. Like, I hope you and I are not overrating the opponents that the Bears have played. But if you are a fan of this channel, if you're a fan of generally what I have to say, you know that I've thought this has been a fake it till you make it year the entire season. And does this look like evidence of exactly that, or what? When the Bears play a team they're better than, they are getting the reps they need. And then when they go up against tougher competition later in the season, they'll take these reps and apply them. Because Caleb will have gotten his footing. He certainly seems to so far, if I'm allowed to say that. I think I am. Like I've been saying, y'all, I consider myself a pretty moderate person. And that's the thing, Joe. Like, I want to get to what Joe's saying, because if there is a series and a trait that I am personally loving watching, it's Caleb Williams working over the middle of the field on third down. Over the middle of the field on third. Here. Let's see if we can. Let's see if we can find us a good example, huh? So, let me scan through this. Oh, we're on the defense. We'll get there. We'll get there, defense. But so, when I look at what I'm waiting for, what I've been waiting for to see, basically as a Bears fan, it's stuff like what I'm about to pull up. And then we'll go through the rest of the game because, frankly, I want to. It's that kind of feel. I know, right? So, first, let's start at 1st and 10, right? Bears get to 1st and goal at the 9. You get a throw to DJ Moore that, look, we don't need to overrate these, but it's nice to see all the same. The Bears are working, basically, send Kmet deep, let Keenan work an option route, and if you don't like it, you've got a return route from DJ Moore. And I don't mind his decision, or I don't mind Caleb's decision here. Keenan looks like he might win, but the picture is muddy. You come back the other way, and you've got DJ Moore one-on-one against a linebacker. You feel pretty good about it. This is one of those pick'em scenarios. To be honest with you, the funny thing about some of these reads when it comes to Caleb as a rookie is I think that Keenan ends up getting open. So you could tell me what you want Caleb to do, but him moving off and getting to somebody who's also open doesn't bug me, especially when we're talking about an in the middle of the field read in the red area. It's tight space. You got to do what you got to do there. Quick progression, decent ball, that works. And Sir Lord, I'm right there with you. When I look at that, I don't. It's weird calling it a turn down because it's still an out to the feet or to the boundary. But hey, he gets back to an equally open ball. So we'll keep watching. Rookie moment, right? Second down. I think Caleb turns this down because at least with the design of this play right here, you're talking about a comeback, as I've always seen it. And the quarterback's pretty much just supposed to arc out here and throw the ball to the pylon with very little thinking involved. Khalid, how you doing? You kind of have to throw this ball because there isn't really a second option. Like, take a look at this. Is DJ getting strapped? Not really. There's just not a ton of space to the corner. And I think Keenan wins enough. Now, is there somebody in his way? Like, does this defender get in Caleb's eye line? We'll get there. But let's just assume he doesn't, right? Because I can't say that I know. I think you have to throw this ball to the pylon and go let your guy go get it. And if you got to whiz it by Swift's shoulder, you got to whiz it by Swift's shoulder. A rookie moment. They're in a game that the Bears are at least right now moving with handily, but you want to, like, at 3-14, you would love the extra score to cash in off of the turnover. So we get to third down. And I'm with you, Sir Lord, where I also think that's red zone open. But in the NFL, you get 3 downs. And yes, you'll get, like, I would be lying if I said Mahomes never turned down anything. But beyond that, these are the kinds of mistakes I expect from a rookie. That you look at that on tape and you say, okay, I got to throw that. But eventually in the NFL, you got to convert when you're given a chance. So then 3rd and 4, they run a similar play. Caleb puts a great ball on Keenan Allen, and he ends up putting it just at the 1-yard line. Solid call, solid throw. It's what you're generally looking for. But there's a penalty. We've all seen this. I can't remember what the penalty is. I'm not going to go fight to look it up. I think it's an illegal shift of some kind, but solid ball. Exactly what you're looking for on this call. And then you get 3rd and 9. So we've all seen the play. It is pretty much the best play that I think I've seen from a Bears quarterback in terms of playing on time in my time as a film reviewer. And it's a sweet call too. So Rome is running a hook. Let's see. Rome's running a hook. Kmet is basically doing what is effectively from this bunch set. It's not a pick play. It's just that you're intentionally switch releasing these two because you're trying to get these guys to either banjo you, which is what they do, or you're trying to get them to cross each other in man coverage, which would also be ideal. No right answer. You're just basically watching how this plays out. And then when Keenan gets the banjo, as I've always heard it, so basically these two linebackers passed each other off, whether this is a sight adjust and it's a route that's there, but it curls up if you get this zone coverage or not, we'll never know. What I can tell you is that Caleb throws this thing with anticipation to the open seam, or pretty much the only open seam on this play call. And boy, howdy. I mean, you want to talk about anticipation. Keenan puts his foot in the ground. The young quarterback immediately pats the ball and gets the ball out. And only his receiver is going to be able to get that. We have spent a lot of time on this channel over the years talking about insane athleticism from Bears quarterbacks. We've talked about, ooh, that's really nice. What if he'll be able to hit the stuff in structure? Seeing a Bears quarterback hit the stuff in structure like this, that's hard to do. And a lot of guys in the league don't do it. It's a really well-placed ball. But really, honestly, the most important part, like everybody's in here saying this throw is probably the nicest ball, et cetera, et cetera. Right, Josh? But I think it's the decision that really sells it for me. Like, the funny part about quarterbacking is, could this ball theoretically be, instead of out here, maybe out here? Who cares? Sometimes I think we talk about ball placement too much. Can I be honest with you guys? Because the real key to playing great quarterback, and for all my Tyson Bagent boys, for all of my Nick Foles boys, for all my Joe Flacco boys, this is the kind of thing I'm talking about. The key is to see it, and to see it on time. Because this ball doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be good enough. And it's plenty good enough. And Keenan Allen twists his body, pulls it down, and it's a huge touchdown throw. Like, it's actually hard to overrate this ball, in my opinion, because the difference between 3 to 17 versus 3 to 21 is, in my opinion, a whole world in the third quarter. Like, this is a tone setter. This is 3 scores down. This is a lot of distance. A lot of distance for Jacksonville to make up. And honestly, while the Bears do ultimately score another 2 touchdowns, the game's over here for all intents and purposes, especially with the way the defense is playing. So when I watch this game, I don't see a quarterback that's perfect. You shouldn't either. I don't see a quarterback that's fully there. You shouldn't either. But I see a quarterback that's doing enough of the things that will make him excellent in the future, that the best way to put it is, Caleb Williams is setting a floor that I believe is much higher than the bedrock of standard NFL quarterbacking. And he still has a ceiling that he could then reach. And we'll see how close he gets to it. Because to say he's all the way there isn't the case. But he's so solid right now that what the Bears are getting is enough to play winning football. And where he could go is excellent. No. It's Chicago. I just wanted to start with this specific series. And because then we'll go through everything. I think it's the only way to review a game. It's funny. I don't know if anybody here is part of JT O'Sullivan's Patreon. I know I am. I think it's well worth it. But it was funny to hear him say something that I know I've talked about for a long time, where he said, the Patreon is really why I do this, because you can't accurately review a game without watching every play. And I was like, heck yeah, that's how I feel. I mean, you need the context of all of it. But so, anyways, it's really fun seeing this kind of throw from a Chicago quarterback. I definitely don't think that Jacksonville's defense helped themselves, but on this play, they didn't do anything particularly wrong. Like, it's not as if 31 should squeeze this any harder, because if he squeezes this, I think Keenan Allen just puts his foot in the ground, takes one more stutter step, crosses his face, and Caleb rips the ball to right there. That's honestly what I think this play is supposed to do. It's just an option route against this linebacker if you play it like this. But we'll never know. We don't live in the coaching room. Either way. Somebody also mentioned, this is sick. The Bears' pocket looks great. So let's see. I think Matt Pryor, it's funny, right? I've always been a believer that offensive line is a unit more than it is a collection of players. I think receivers are a collection of players more than they are a unit. Like, for instance, I think that you can individually evaluate Schmitz, but I think it's harder to individually evaluate Tevin Jenkins, especially within the context of one game. But what I will tell you is that from what I have seen, and I know a lot of it is the fact that they're playing teams that are just not phenomenal on defensive line. Jags aren't bad, but Slim Jim, it took me, you say I couldn't pull it off in a year. My handwriting came from 4 years of doing this. But so, in my opinion, Matt Pryor has been a huge unit addition. I don't know if you guys have felt this way, but at least it seems like the Bears' offensive line is congealing in part because they know what they're getting from their right guard. And frankly, their right-hand side. Like, Matt Pryor and Darnell Wright are a nice little vicious run box that you can run behind. You can actually expect to get something within a power frame. Now, there's plenty of time to talk about this. Oh, MJ, it's funny you say that. You talk about how D-line is a collection of players, and then linebackers are a unit. I believe the great irony of football, MJ, is that in my opinion, so if this is the offensive line of the offense, duh, it's these guys that I believe are the offensive line of the defense. And if you want to include like the linebackers in it, you're more than welcome to. But the secondary is a unit. The secondary is the offensive line. The secondary gets killed by one weak link, much the same way that an offensive line does. Whereas the wide receivers and tight ends, in many cases, are individuals, just like the defensive line is a series of individuals, and sometimes an outside linebacker, but not always. It's an interesting flip, don't you think? That in both cases, you have a group of individuals going up against a unit. In almost all cases, as a matter of fact, you have a group of individuals going up against a unit. And really the only player that sits outside of that is the quarterback in many cases, just because he's kind of you could argue that the quarterback is a completely different game than running the football. But I mean, that's what makes football beautiful is that there's like a billion games in it. You can kick the ball for points. But anyways, I think this team looks like a lot of fun. I'm going to hit you with something now. I call it vibes. I don't know if Jaden Daniels is going to play. If the Bears play against Marcus Mariota, I will never tell you to look past a game, but the Bears' record against backup quarterbacks is so sterling that I would feel an awful lot better about it if they're playing Mariota than I would about Jaden Daniels. I think you should too. So that could be fun, especially because the Washington defense is just not all that phenomenal. On top of that, then they go up against a Cardinals team that I don't think has enough fangs on offense to hurt the Bears defense. And after that, they play a Patriots team that's just not very good. All this to say, not that the Bears need to be 7-2 after this next couple games, but I remember Jeremy, what's up? What are you talking about? Oh, I gotcha. Not that the Bears are guaranteed to do anything, but I do think that if I was theoretically, and I'm not going to make another one of those videos about how the Bears can't lose, it would be after this stretch, because the Bears are basically playing all of their elixir games at once, and then they hit the gauntlet. Here's the thing, though, and here's the fun. I do think these divisional games are going to be toss-ups, generally. I think the Bears are going to lose at least 3 divisional games, but they may very well win 3 divisional games. And I'm not telling you that anything's set in stone. I'm just telling you that the way that this Bears team is playing is inspired. I don't think it's fluky. I have looked you guys in the eyes, and I've told you for years that the way that the Bears beat the Washington Commanders last year just didn't feel sustainable to me. This football feels fairly sustainable. So long as the offensive line can play decent football, I think this thing can work. The big question is, what do they do, if anything, at the trade deadline? Because I don't know. Somebody asked earlier, I will get this out of the way. Somebody asked earlier, Robert, what do you think about like Myles Garrett, Max Crosby? So look, I think both those players would be phenomenal in Chicago uniforms. If you told me just for the uniform alone, like how good do they look at the jersey, Max Crosby and Myles Garrett would be electric Chicago Bears. I am also a believer, being blunt with you guys, that when Caleb's on a rookie deal, the moment you think he's your franchise guy, go for it. Like, why not? Why waste a year? Why waste any time? If you think he's the guy, then go make your moves. The question is really going to be moves available, price per move. Because I think the Bears would be very interested in some kind of Trey Hendrickson for a second rounder type of move, to be honest with you guys. Max Crosby and Myles Garrett are more like a first and a third, and that's a lot more expensive. So I don't think the Bears are willing to play that kind of poker. And Christopher, you mentioned Travon Walker for a 4th rounder. See, I think that is much better. And Jeremy, you mentioned you don't think we may be an offseason away. Yeah, I do think they're an offseason away. I also think, Jeremy, that you got to do what you got to do to get in the dance. Like, I'll be honest, Jeremy, there's 2 sides to this, right? Like, let me see. Do I have my notepad? There it is. let's get a new one. So I believe, personally, Jeremy, that you're going to sit in two sides of this, and we are going to get to film, I promise. So, side A, right? Um, Side A is patience. So that's one off season away. Right? Side B. Go for it. I believe that these get pitted against each other all the time, Jeremy, and I believe there's a middle ground. For instance, if theoretically you spend a, let's go shy second or less, you still have a full draft. So you can do both. Like, one does not necessarily take you away from the other, right? Within reason. You go for a Max Crosby, that's obviously going to cost you a lot. But it's more, hey, Daily Finesse, what's up? It's more to point out that I've seen a lot of people make it very one or the other. But I think you can do both if you only budget a certain amount of money. Hey, I'm going to be honest, for any of my adults in the chat, it's just like when you do your own budget. You got to pay for groceries, but you can still go to a football game every now and again. So set your disposable capital and then leave the stuff you need for your budget untouched, and you'll be all right. The problem is, Austin Davis, that I agree with you about, like, trading a second rounder is better than going after Crosby. The problem is, I don't know if there's a deal like that available. You got to have guys available. So who would it be, right? The Panthers are bottoming out. Derek Brown would be sicko mode, but, well, he's hurt, and there's no sense in trading for somebody who's hurt, right? Then you look at, I don't know, would it be Travon Walker? They're bottoming out, but the moment you trade away a first rounder for less than, let's say, a second or third, Trent Baalke's probably getting fired. So do you look at maybe a Josh Hines-Allen? What would he cost? I mean, I can't imagine it would only be a second. Matthew Brown, you mentioned Burns from the Giants. I love Brian Burns, and if I was the Giants, I would never trade him to you, and I would keep asking you, are you sure you don't want Kayvon Thibodeau? Are you sure you don't want Kayvon Thibodeau, though? And so I don't know what the Bears do. I think the idea of a trade for offensive line is interesting. I mean, we saw Adam Schefter suggest Wyatt Teller may be on the menu, but I just don't see him. I don't see him often. Like, offensive line trades just don't tend to happen. It's kind of like trading for a quarterback. You can't really insert the guy and have him play every piece, right? I say that because, like, what is it? What's the word I'm looking for? Offensive linemen have to know the scheme inside and out. You can't run outside zone to the left with a little bit of a twist and have a guy who just learned the playbook get it right. That's going to blow almost any play up, right? With defensive line, you say, go get the passer, defend this gap, and then they get in the game. It's like how Mac was traded, and within a week, he had 2.5 sacks and a pick. I think a pick 6, as a matter of fact. Defensive line, plug, play. Offensive line, kind of like quarterbacks. Matthew, you mentioned Cincy trading Henderson. Good question. I don't know. I think Trey Hendrickson would look great in navy and orange. I don't know if they're trading him for a second rounder, but we'll see. And Jeremy, you mentioned the Commanders are a good matchup. I agree. I think the Commanders, especially if Jaden isn't playing, are a great test for this Bears team because the Commanders have not faced a defense the caliber of Chicago's yet, in my opinion. Yes, or you could think what you will about the Ravens. I don't think they have. And then the Commanders' defense has not faced many offenses that are very good either. And when they have, they've allowed 30 points. So if the Bears can hold the Commanders to less than 30 and the Bears' offense can take care of business, they should walk away with this one. By the way, how crazy is that? I mean, really digest what I said. I think what I said is reasonable, but I'm saying the Bears' offense just has to score 30 points. We're at that point, folks. Probably going a little too far with it. But it's not long ago that 13 points is a big day. for the Bears offense. But so anyways, let's see here. Donald, what are you mentioning? Let's see. Chicago Fanatic says he wants Dexter Lawrence. I agree. I think Dexter Lawrence freaking rules. If the Bears have any option to get Dexter Lawrence, I'm so in. I love the big men that can move. All right, so we ready to start? Hand up. You ready to start? Let's do this. Yeah, 2 or 3 games to score 30. Dude, John, I'll never not be used to that. First and goal, 1st and 10. Bears take the ball. Have I mentioned how much I hate it when the Bears take the ball? Because when the Bears take the ball, I know how it goes, and it's rarely well. They came to London with the intent to establish that run. I don't even hate it. There are plenty of people that hate it when the run game doesn't work. But you get a seam like this, and honestly, I kind of vibe with it. Like, I kind of dig this with you've got a tight end motioning across the formation. You've got everybody else down blocking. It's fundamentally trap. Like, if we get this side of the defensive lineman's shoulder, I feel great about this, don't you? The problem is we don't. I love what Cole Kmet has become, but that's because he's a great pass catcher, and I could give 2 hoots about him as a run blocker. 5 also blitzes off the end, and DJ can't get in front of him. Because if 5's not in the play, I wouldn't be surprised if Swift is able to cut back into a lot of space. But, well, we've got a blocker who not only missed his assignment, he's just staring back at him, right? So 5 makes a tackle, or at least enough of it. God dang, DJ, if we let the guy go and block him, we still have daylight. Anyways. Oh, yeah, I know what you mean, TB. It's not like the Bears actually chose the ball. They just end up with the ball. That's the thing. Chicago Fanatic, that I completely agree. Kmet has been getting thrown out the club he's been getting rocked in the blocking department, but I don't care because him as a pass catcher really looks that good. Oh, yes, sir, Lord. He didn't go upfield. It's a tough block. I'm not trying to pretend it's not hard for Cole Kmet. Now, this is one thing to watch as the game progresses. If you guys go through and you mark everybody, right? let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Bears are, well, I guess if you count him, the Bears are even in the box. But moreover, look at this kind of space. The Jags are not going to be the first team to more than likely not be scared of the Bears' run game. It's tough to not see this, right? Like, you tell me. Does Swift need to work towards the free guy? Or do you think that there's daylight up there? Any running back coaches in the group? You tell me, because I actually think Swift's instincts are correct. Like, this break uphill, go get you some. The line's actually creating some okay movement, but Swift is fundamentally a receiver. Like, I'm not even hating on DeAndre Swift. In my opinion, DeAndre Swift is a legitimate weapon when he gets to the second level, but he's got to get there, and it kind of takes some work to get him there. He doesn't get there on this one. So Bears are looking at 3rd and 6. We get a motion. When we motion, we get a shift out of what could have been 2 high into plain Jane 1 high with a zone. Where's Caleb looking? He wants Keenan Allen. By the time Keenan comes out of it, he frankly doesn't get open, and he eats a sack. Now, I have been joking around with my friends. We're all friends. I've been joking around with you guys. But when I'm not on the channel, I do joke around about the Caleb Williams, like, first drive sack, the 1DS, because it's becoming just a thing. Like, over the last couple games, the Bears go 1st down, 2nd down, 3rd down sack, punt. It's become an offensive tradition that I'm excited to break. On this play in particular, I'll be honest, I actually expected a bigger mistake from Caleb, but this is the Bears wanting to run an option to Keenan Allen, and the Jags just bracket him. Good call, I guess. Good call from Jacksonville. I really mean that. Like, even a Jacksonville defense is going to get you now and again, because on this play, in theory, maybe Caleb could get to Roschon a little bit quicker, but we're not out of our route yet. And so at this point, it's hard for me to sit here and blame the quarterback. Maybe he steps up and rips it right there, but we're already starting to give ground. Maybe he backs up in the pocket and, like I said, flicks it to Roschon or something like that. But I always feel kind of bad for the quarterback when the receiver is 2 steps out of the break and we're pressured. That's my take. But so let's see. Oh boy, excited for it. It's nice to see that Caleb is getting more comfortable in the pocket, such that stuff like this isn't bringing him down. Like, this is a simple pleasure of mine, but Caleb Williams being able to be strong enough in the pocket is a good thing that I think long term presents you dividends. Because I have seen a lot of quarterbacks that fold like wet paper the moment that they get touched. You could even argue Caleb gets face maxed here. I don't really care. Like, from an emotional rep standpoint, I think everybody on the offense can do a little better, but it's my 2 cents. And yeah, I'm with you, TB. Like, the other thing that I do think gets Caleb Williams, in my opinion, okay? So if you wanted to talk about vibes, I don't have any proof of this. Speculation alert, right? I think Caleb Williams studies the snot out of these defenses, but needs a couple plays to really see what this looks like from this perspective. Y'all, we have not played any quarterback. We've watched a lot of tape, haven't we? We've never played any quarterback. So you and I might be training ourselves to be okay coaches, but what does this look like when you're under center? It's a little different. And you can try to simulate it with scout team, but in the real deal game, it looks a little different. It always will. What I will point out is that in week 4, it took the Bears until about halfway through the third quarter. So I will do, let's say, 2.5 quarters of bad. In week 5, it took the Bears 1.5 quarters of bad. In week 6, it took the Bears 1 quarter of bad. In week 3, Caleb needed 3 quarters of bad. I would even go so far as to say in week 2, he needed 3.5 quarters of bad, realistically. And then in week 1, yeah, this drawing is not amazing. Just rock with me. The whole game was pretty bad. But do you see a trend? Like, we are shortening this time week by week. So that's something that if I was you, I would watch for. Is Caleb Williams getting a little better at applying experience that he's already gained from the last couple weeks to the next game? Taking tape, saying, I have a feeling, I know what that looks like, and going from there. So, anyways. Second drive, motion into play action. Kind of I never feel like there's much to break down on these plays. Everybody loves to run a naked boot. When you do it, maybe if you stretch this thing out a little bit, you could throw it to DJ, but that's always theoretical. Every offense I've ever seen, if the flat's open, you throw it. You basically turn it into a run play, go get you your 4 to 5 yards. Kmet takes it and works with it. Is this a hip drop? Is that a hip drop? So 51 grabs him by the hip, pulls him down, and Kmet buckles like it. Honestly, the hip drop thing, sometimes I don't know. Like, I know the official hip drop, Donald, is a lot more aggressive. Like, you sidle up next to them, and then you drop your hip. But anyways, second down, Bears go with a quick pitch out. Hip float. I feel that, TV. Oh, it's the swing that matters. Braxton can't get to the linebacker. I don't know if I love this. Like, I couldn't tell you whether it's a call or a read. Can we talk about something that I never got to talk about with Mitch and Justin? The quarterback and the play caller are both part of the play call. And when a quarterback is good enough to execute that, like the PC, when the quarterback is good enough to make a check at the dadgum line of scrimmage, you can check out his stuff. And Justin really didn't, and Mitch really didn't. So we got it with Foles. We got a little bit of it with Dalton. We are starting to get it with Caleb. In theory, I think this is fine. Like, if Braxton can get there and Kmet can get there, this is a solid little screen, right? Braxton can't get there. For the 33 is quick to this trigger. Braxton can't reach it. Dead play. Let's see. Did I know Gitz was there? Oh, no, it's an arrow pointed to the sidelines demo. No worries. But so I don't actually know where Waldron is in that case. A lot of these screens, though, get a lot tougher, in my opinion, when the leverage looks like that. So could you do this with a tunnel with DJ coming back and then 33 has to pen this way and you make the angle shorter? I don't know. You tell me. Like, be the offensive coordinator. But that is just hard. And maybe Braxton can be a little faster to get to that spot, but this ain't going nowhere. I'm with you, Sir Lord, that I think you got to get lateral if you're Braxton Jones at this case, because Braxton gets upfield and immediately loses his angle, but you're not going nowhere with a block like that. It does feel like Caleb and Waldron need a hot minute to sort themselves out on almost every game. Like, Caleb needs a little bit to see and apply. Waldron has been getting better and better at starting games a little cleaner. Bears go, I do like this look. Like, so you're getting a clean cover 3 look with a massive condensed set, and you've got an implied bunch over here. I don't even love Everett. I think that's Everett. But Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, and any weapon at all feels great. Yeah, Austin, we'll probably do bear with us next week. I've just been all over the place. Oh boy, this is that one. Okay, this is so interesting. I hadn't seen this play yet. So Caleb is going to work to get this thing to Roshan Johnson. He obviously hits Matt Pryor in what could be a massive yikes if it gets picked. But it's funny because on the last play, we say to ourselves, well, can't we get this ball to the check down if it's not there? And that's exactly what Caleb looks to do. Like, Josh Hines-Allen smokes Braxton Jones in a play where it looks like Braxton gets benched. And so Caleb shrugs off, says, I got to get this thing to the check down, and just tries to throw it to him with a lineman in the way. So you want to talk about what I believe is a rookie mistake, but it's also an applied lesson. This is about what that looks like to me, because DJ and Keenan are both running what I've always seen called drive. But by the time you're supposed to get to the play itself, this thing's over from a pocket perspective. Like, Jenkins gets penetrated almost immediately. What's Jenkins doing? Like, does Jenkins jump set him? Because Jenkins doesn't get close. Like, look at this. You're not winning that. And then once he trips on Braxton Jones, we end up with Josh Hines-Allen basically one-on-one. It's a good thing Caleb tries to get rid of the ball. Don't get me wrong. But then he hits his lineman in the face. Here's the old Bears quarterback headshot. And Bob, I hear you on Jenkins winning. I mean, I think that penetration like this is almost unilaterally disruptive. In my opinion, they call it a pocket for a reason. Rather than everybody penetrating, I think he's got to get out there and square up a little bit with the guy. I don't know if he needs to jump set in this case, but you got to be able to move your feet just enough to match instead of only playing in a phone booth. But I mean, hey, there you go. I hear you. It's not a sack given up, but I also think Braxton Jones is handling his matchup until he gets tripped. Decent process. I mean, that's the funny thing about this, right? When I watch Caleb Williams, I don't know if you guys see what I see, but I'm generally seeing this very general statement. I'm generally seeing the right process. Caleb is going through his decision-making process about like I want him to. In this case, he says, holy smokes, we're getting blown up in the pocket. I've got to get this thing to the check down. And he does it a little too fast. It ends up too reckless. Classic rookie moment with with a bad highlight to prove it in terms of hitting your guy in the face. So, third drive of the game. But it's only 3-0. And this is what I'm talking about. It's been funny being a Bears fan because you get to the point where you go, all right, it's been 45 minutes. Do you guys feel this way? Do you guys have this happen? It's been 45 minutes. Family's texting me. They're mad. Friends are texting me. They're mad. Everybody's mad. Everybody's mad. Everybody keeps hating on the Bears. Twitter's laughing at the Bears. You go, oh my gosh, it's happening again. But it's only the second quarter. Why are we freaking out like this? Am I supposed to be freaking out? I don't feel like there's reason to freak out just yet. And then the Bears come out in a bunch and they get moving. I love Pryor with the swinging gait here. Look at Pryor turn around, almost make the tackle. Like, the Bears run into a look so good, Pryor doesn't have anybody to block. And so you want to talk about made to order. Look at this. Like, it's already a relatively light run box. Don't get me wrong. But the moment he penetrates, the moment this DT penetrates like that, he's out of the play. Good on Swift for cutting back and finding space. But I love Pryor needing to get out of the way of that and Swift going out and getting a first down. When you give him space, he's got some juice. Like, I know anybody out there who likes running backs, I doubt any of them like Swift because he plays the game like a juiced up receiver. But to me, I see the weaponry. I'm not trying to tell you that's by any stretch. Like Bob mentions, this is supposed to go outside. Yeah, it's definitely supposed to be outside zone. Swift just sees the ability to cut it back and takes it. But as far, like, I don't think Swift necessarily justifies his money. Yeah, Anti-Montgomery is a good way to put that, Donald, where I'm not going to talk about his contract at all, but it's more to say when you get him to the second level, he's got juice. He'll move it. That's exactly right. Like Sir Lord, that's exactly what I'm saying. Sir Lord says, I'm going to read it. Sir Lord says, I don't like Swift, weak vision, goes down on arm tackles, drives me nuts. Sir Lord, just say it. You want your running back to play like a running back, don't you? Nothing wrong with it. Where if you hand that ball to a standard running back, there's a lot more that they can do with it. Swift doesn't play it like a running back. He plays it what I've always seen called an ATH, right? He is a fairly stocky, fairly heavy receiver that can pass block. And that's pretty good. Like, that's the thing, Derek. You mentioned that's a bit unfair. I'm trying to be as direct as I can, Derek, because I think it's okay to say Swift plays the game like an ATH, but he's good at it. Like, when Swift gets an open lane, he can make it work. And this is a lot of yardage. There are tons of backs that don't get 10 yards on this play. And I'm completely serious. Like, I've seen so many. Roschon Johnson, like, first of all, I don't know if he's quick enough to get through the cut, like, quite as fast. But once he gets through the cut, I think 51 may catch him at that point. And that's not me trying to hate. It's that Swift has burst that creates space. Especially, like, I think, was it this game where he went 70 and 70? Like 70 rush yards and 70 receiving yards? Oh no, Sir Lord, Khalil Herbert makes that play. But we're a Herbert channel. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Woo. This bums me out. Can we win this? Like, I know we get held. Can we win this? Am I allowed to ask for more? Look at this. I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's 13. I don't care if it's 2. I don't care if it's 15. Get across this guy's face. Get through hold. And you are so open. Like, if we get through this, we catch this ball right here, you actually might score. Like, you've got to beat one safety in the open field with a couple linebackers and a couple of DBs coming after you. This play is exactly what you need. And I'm with you, Donald. I know. Like Donald says, I mean, he grabs him with both hands. Yeah. Like, I'm definitely not saying that this isn't specifically because it's DJ, just so we're all on the same page. It's more like I've seen some guys that DBs just can't even hold. But anyways, it's a solid throw. I actually like the design more. Like, switch release into what is basically an option route into a ton of space. That is my jam. Bears pick up the defensive hold. It's honestly a great play by the defensive back. Like, it works out. But so I'm just looking at that like, oh my gosh, look at all that space. Bears get a penalty. Don't get me wrong, but it's 5 yards. That could be like 35 if you beat the guy clean. But again, you be the judge. I'm not trying to come after DJ specifically. I just think that the Bears can put some space between them and some of these DBs. Always love the draw. I don't care if it gets like 3 yards. In this kind of league, against too high, run that draw, baby. Look at this. I mean, we're talking true 5-on-5 if you run this well. And if you can get him out, like, even better. That's all kinds of space. But Sir Lord, I can already hear you. If he could break that tackle, whoo! He can't. It's a Heineken. Somebody asked earlier. Keeping it simple. It's Tuesday. Montgomery would break it. I mean, that's what he did. There you go, Donald. There you go. 2nd and 7. I do love these formations. Like, the tight formations have really grown on me. I think switching between a lot of the spread out stuff and the tight stuff is great. It's what a lot of these guys do. But you pack this in on a down like this at 2nd and 7, and you show a single high. You feel like you're probably getting man, et cetera, et cetera. But the Bears go with a little bit of read option here. Zone read is what it's called. You got your conflict defender in 91, and he never sees this coming because the Bears have really not shown it at all. TBH. Like, to be fair to this lineman, the Bears haven't shown actual willingness to run zone read, and then kudos to Kmet. Hit a big block. Like, watch Kmet. I understand it's tight end on DB. That is perfect. That is everything you could ask for and more, if you ask me. Look at the sustain on this. I mean, seriously. Like, 81 does a great job. Get that established. Keep his shoulder. Beautiful. And then Rome does a good job, too, on the other side. Like, Rome also helps sell this. Let's highlight him. Everybody always loves ball carrier. But Rome spots this guy up, and he doesn't gain any ground, or he doesn't lose any ground. There you go. There you go, fellas. Man, I'm telling you right now, if I was a stock market guy, buy Rome Odunze. What I am seeing from Rome is special. I don't know why. For anybody who follows me on Twitter, for some reason, every time that you talk about how good somebody looks, it becomes a comparison thing. Like, I get it that for some reason, saying that the Bears have a wide receiver 1 in Rome Odunze makes everybody sneer and go, they already have a wide receiver 1 and DJ Moore. And like, both can be really good. And I think Rome looks legit special. Like, what I'm seeing from Rome, let me put it this way, friends. There's a guy on Twitter and YouTube, JT O'Sullivan, talk about him a lot. I think he's very good at what he does. That has caught a lot of heat for saying DJ Moore is not a wide receiver 1. I always think that when this conversation comes up, there's a lot of debate about what a wide receiver 1 is. You ask JT, there's like 7 wide receiver 1s total. And you ask most people that I think are sane, and they'll say, well, by definition, there's at least like 15 or 20 wide receiver 1s. And according to the latter definition, I think DJ Moore is an excellent receiver and definitely a wide receiver 1. According to JT's definition, Rome might be a wide receiver 1. I mean, I think he looks that good. Like, I think the separation we're seeing from Rome Odunze, the blocking ability, the every down ability, the the size, what is more than likely going to be ball skills that we saw from college, all of that can congeal into something really special, if you ask me. And I'm excited to see what happens. I think his day is coming. I don't know if it's coming this week, but over the next over the next 3 weeks, I think you're gonna get it. And so we'll see what that looks like. I don't know, but I think you got to buy your stock now. John, I'm just seeing him get open a lot. A lot. Like, I hear you on confirmation bias, but at least what I'm seeing, Rome is flying around. This looks like a true kill. Like, whenever I see multiple guys at the within the formation adjust, I assume that there's a legit audible that's happening in that situation. So Caleb sees something and audibles from a shotgun set into an under center set with a winged out formation, and then Swift takes it, and that's solid. That's good. That works. I wonder if the Bears are optioning from a pass look into a run look, but I love the fact, do you see this? So whatever the kill or whatever they're killing to, Caleb kills to a run to the left, and look at the overload over here. When the Bears pivot, it's still an overload defense. This is a legit run look. Like, if you ask me, a run to the left on a play like this should get you something. And it does. We get here. We get to the second level. Swift makes it work. That works. I mean, the blocking isn't even outstanding on a play like this. But it'll do, because there's just nobody there to fill the extra lanes. Sir Lord, I personally think that Braxton spent so much time working on his anchor and his pass set that he lost a lot of the aggressiveness in his run set that made him really special. It's the classic Bilal Nichols thing, right? You can either try to get better at your strengths. What is it? You can either try to get better at your strengths, or you can try to bring up your weaknesses. And I've seen a lot of players that when they try to bring up their weakness, they just end up lukewarm. I know that's vicious to say it that way, but you've seen it too, haven't you? Where an imbalanced player, in an attempt to become balanced, becomes kind of lackluster. But we'll see. Braxton's got a long way to go before I think you're going to jettison a perfectly okay left tackle. But right now, he doesn't feel like he's an asset in anything. And that's sort of a shame. I guess he's an asset because he's not a complete liability by any, like, he's not the Bears' worst lineman, but at the same time, it's just something to watch as things go. Man, after all this positive, the Bears just lose this down, don't they? You get a big legit audible. Oh my goodness. Oh boy. So Jenkins gets 0 piece of him. Braxton gets 0 piece of him. Coleman gets 0 piece of him. And Swift has nowhere to go. Okay. I mean, I guess on the positive side, these two are mashing. It ain't much, but boy, oh boy, it's not a great. It's definitely not a phenomenal series of angles. Like 95 does a good job of making it work, but yeah, I always think these are funny. Like the guy getting jumped, Walker jumping over Komet. But at the same time, you know what? You want to hit a chip block, or what? You want to hit a cut block? Go hit a cut block. Just get a piece of him. Because it's funny, right? You guys talk about the elementary gymnastics. Y'all, if we hit these, that's enough. Like, look at way over here. This guy shouldn't matter. But we've got 3 jerseys that have penned the line of scrimmage. And so, yeah, 44 makes a difference in that kind of case. It's always funny to me, the difference between blocking difficulty. But so anyways, we went from 2nd and 4 back to 3rd and 6. And in my opinion, these are the quarterback downs, right? Like, it's when you go backwards and now you're behind the chains that you really want your quarterback to step up and do something for you. And if memory serves, I think they do. Oh, it's a screen, even better. So the Bears opt not to try to throw a pass in a pure passing situation, which is it's a brilliant call. I mean, look, these are the calls that either look stupid and what's the word I'm looking for? These are exactly the kinds of calls where you either look really dumb and what's the option? Oh, like a coward, right? That's what I'm going for. You either look dumb and cowardly or you look genius and aggressive. And calling a screen in a pure passing down out of a formation that you can do a lot of damage out of. Like, what is that? Rome and Kmet over here, Keenan Allen, and then you got DJ Moore with this orbit motion in the backfield. This works. And the funniest part is everybody's talked about how everybody blows their blocks. Y'all, the best part about lineman blocking is that all you got to do is be a pylon, be a mobile traffic cone. And Shelton does enough to where the guy can't get a clean tackle on Roschon Johnson, and Roschon does what running backs are supposed to do. Like, show a little contact balance. Stay on your feet. Makes it work from there. Man, speaking of contact balance, y'all, I know it's not going to happen, but like Ashton Jeanty is so much fun to watch. He is so electric to watch at Boise State that like, I ain't saying it because the Bears don't need that. They need a defensive lineman. They need some offensive linemen. But oh my gosh. Oh my word. Wow. Can that guy play? Jenkins gets enough of a piece. 94 is in pursuit. John, it does feel that way, where I think the Bears want the athletic center that can go make plays. I also think, for what it's worth, that's a big part of why, John, that, oh man, is this another one of these plays where, does Caleb sell this? He does. Look at that. This is so simple, okay? Don't put Caleb in Canton for this, but have y'all noticed this? Okay, no. Hang on. I have to stand up. This is so nerdy and so dorky. I look worse every time I do it. Your boy was a theater kid, okay? So because of that, one thing that I know I pay attention to is when your quarterback can play a little theater, act a little bit, right? I've seen a lot of quarterbacks on screens that they take the snap, they step back like this, they stare at the rush, and then they look at the running back, and they just wait until they're allowed to throw the ball, and then they throw it. A lot of those screens get blown up, right? Kudos to Caleb. You want to talk about the little things? A lot of quarterbacks do this. A lot of quarterbacks don't. Caleb is going to step back and actually look like he's going to run a passing play. That's a pass drop. I mean, even just the basic tempo of this play is a passing drop back. And this helps because that kind of body language is what gets 33 to just yank himself out of the play for no reason. And then Caleb snaps back. 94 is sitting here thinking, I got a sack on me, right? Because you're selling it. And by the time he gets the ball out, to me, this is the quarterback's job, okay? Like, when it comes to what is the quarterback's job on a screen, I believe it is a huge part of the quarterback's job and the quarterback's body language to get the whole rush team to think you're rushing. It's the quarterback, I think, and sometimes the running back, that sell whether or not these guys are coming. They get them out of the way. 94 never catches up. It becomes a big game. It's all you can do. It's honestly a sicko drive by Waldron so far. Like, Caleb's doing his job, but it's been creative rushes, a solid screen to move the chains. I love this orbit that they're doing. Oh yeah, this play. Y'all, have you ever seen Cole Kmet look like this? Y'all, I am a reformed Cole Kmet hater. Like, I am a reformed son of a gun. I have paid my penance because when you get your receiving tight end saying, "Get off me, baby, sit down," and then pulling it all the way into the end zone, y'all, I want to point out how big this is. Oh, Magic, I know Cole did get better, but like the crazy thing about this is that Cole going down right here, falling forward, and sitting down at the 8. Really process that for a minute. Like, what is this? Because we could sit here and we could type grown man football. We could type hell yeah. Like, we could get excited. But what really matters about this is the Bears go from 1st and goal at the 8, which in my opinion is an incredibly hard down and distance to score from. I know the Bears didn't make it look like that in this game, but 1st and 8 generally has me thinking that's tough. Like, this is your classic field goal down and distance because from an optimization standpoint, now the defense is defending as little space as they're ever going to defend while still forcing the offense to get a full 10 yards. So this broken tackle is massive, but then the ability to not just break it, but to break it forwards. Like, in the process of breaking the tackle, he exclusively moves forwards, then eats more contact, keeps getting forwards, and hits the stretch. Heck yeah. Like, this is massive. Like, it's awesome watching him do this. Like, it's the kind of thing that, in my opinion, how you doing, Shy Maid? Glad you could join us. That, in my opinion, this play was a massive play. And the funny part is that I've seen Shane Waldron call this play in Seattle, and I would have sworn I've seen Lincoln Riley call it, by the way, where I'm pretty sure, and I tried to look it up, I couldn't find it just yet. I think that there's one of these double screens with a tight end seam that's on the USC tape from within the last couple years as well. I don't want to say it's outright popular, but it's been around. But it's a good play call. And 33 just gets put in a blender. Kmet does the rest. It's probably one of the most special individual games this season, or like it's special individual plays that I think the Bears have made on offense. Like, you tell me, I don't even think that that's overselling it. I think that breaking a tackle on the 10 and willing your way into the end zone, we haven't seen anybody do that just yet in Chicago. Plenty of plays have been special on offense, but we're not working with a ton. Ball's solid, but this is all scheme and Kmet making a play. Khalid, we'll get there. Oh, yeah. You know, the funny part, John, so John mentions that coaching tells them not to reach for the end zone. I actually don't think that's the bad call. Like, John, in my opinion, I think more goes wrong when you're reaching for the end zone than generally goes right. I think it's kind of like Vic Fangio used to, so Vic Fangio talked about I said it wrong. Akeem Hicks at one point was on NFL Network talking about the way that Vic Fangio coaches. And what he says is Vic has always given us the green light to break any rule that he sets out for us, with the caveat of, if you're going to break it, you have to be right. I think if you're going to reach for the end zone, you have to score. If you don't know, don't reach. And I believe that's probably the proper way to do it, because if you fumble into the end zone and that ball drifts out of bounds, you lose a lot more than going down at the 1 tends to leave you with. So I can see it. Like, if Kmet had gone down at the 1 there, that still would have been a phenomenal play. It's a minus EV play to reach for the end zone. It's just badass, okay? So I'm a fan of a lot of these quarterback run looks, and I normally hate a lot of quarterback run, if only because the Bears need an extra threat. Like, I believe that the Bears need the threat of what Caleb Williams can do with the running game, so that you can try to get some of these ends to stop crashing so hard later on in the season. On a play like this, I'll be honest, I think Caleb can beat this guy, but you still get a respectable run out of him getting caught from behind, so it doesn't bother me. Play with space, force guys to honor you. This works. Especially since a lot of these zone read plays lead to low impact hits, and you slide otherwise. But I also don't think that there's a ton to analyze here. The Bears have an elusive quarterback that isn't crazy fast. So sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. 2nd and 9. Or 2nd and 6. Bears line up. Let's see, what are they lining up in? Bears line up fairly tight with like an even formation, side to side. Looks like they've got Schmitz on the right-hand side, so your run strength is over here. And then you've got, a couple like linebackers and DBs kicked off on this side. Bears want to go outside zone to the left, and they don't get much. I want to see the running back tape. Is there a better lane here? Swift takes the lane that we want him to. Coleman just can't hold the block for forever. And boy, Swift goes down in a heap. And then Jenkins does not hold his guy either. Oh, that's too bad. Because if Jenkins plugs this, Swift may have a little more room. Maybe. Or at least we get to laugh at Swift. But Jenkins loses it. I'm hitting the point with Coleman Shelton. I don't know if you guys feel this way. Where like, that's fine. I will live with a play like that from Coleman because that's about all I would ever ask of him anyways. It'd be great if he could do more, but he's just not going to. 3rd and 5. Roschon saves a play that Caleb has to make on his behalf. It works for everybody. Like, is this mesh? No. This looks like mesh. Like, this has a lot of the trimming of mesh on it, if you ask me. But then, let's see, what is that? Rome down there, and Keenan up there. No, that's Keenan. That's Rome. Let's see. What's the concept doing? So the concept is going to let you basically do like a triple high-low. Like you get a post down the middle, just in case 5 here commits. DJ is actually pretty open, as is Roschon. Really nobody is on that side. It feels very meshy to everybody saying it. But what I've seen, because I have seen the tight angle on this, is that Caleb has to throw this thing out of a phone booth with very little warning. Caleb is stepping up in the pocket in a way that I think is generally a positive, like this little step up, but it is occasionally getting him into trouble. And I'm sure that that's going to be something that he's just going to work on. But Braxton loses his block kind of out of nowhere. Like, I don't know if you guys are feeling this way, but generally, I would expect that Braxton would be holding on to this, but he goes from this position to major danger. So Caleb throws with all arm angle and like a curl on it. I mean, this looks like a layup. And I'm excited that the pass gets on frame at all, but y'all, this is Roschon Johnson play. Like, I'm all for talking about arm angles. I like it. Everybody's talking about the Magic Johnson pass. I think let's save that for when Caleb does the same thing and the ball is a little better. This is a sicko play by the running back. Like, when you talk about a teammate making a play, sure, the quarterback gives him a chance, but that is a low percentage ball that Roschon Johnson rescues, which we love. I think there's a day and age where Caleb will recognize a lot of this a lot faster, and I'm excited about it. I also love the fact that from this angle, Caleb can get any throw off at all, but boy howdy, what a catch. What a catch. Exactly, Akusai. That's the other piece to this, Akusai, that I do think is, what's the word? It's important to bring up, and it's really kind of the magic of the NFL, don't you think? Like, Akusai, is that too high? What is this? Is that too emotion driven? Like, I think there's this it that you can feel. I'll write that out. I think that there's an it that you can feel in a lot of offenses. You've seen this in Green Bay, unfortunately, where you know an offense is feeling themselves when a good player has a bad play and a bad player or a medium player or a role player picks him up anyways, right? Jordan Love leaves the ball 3 yards inside and Jaden Reed lays out and grabs it anyways. The running back like gets hit from behind the line of scrimmage, but he shrugs it off, and then the left tackle wastes two guys in front of him, and the running back makes a play after that. Like, there's an it to NFL offenses that you see where even when the defense gets you, you make it work anyways. And that's a sweet catch by Roschon Johnson. I guess you could say that the ball has the right amount of feather on it, but I mean, I feel like I'm really working to turn that into anything other than I'm glad Caleb threw it at all. Here's another true audible into a toss. Love it. Bears run a lot of shotgun toss. Bears run a lot of goal line toss, or like Bears run a lot of shotgun toss out. They ran some sweep. I'm about it. Oh yes. Oh yes. Sir Lord, I think you're gonna like this, baby. You still in here? Look at Darnell Wright get on the move. I've seen a lot of right tackles that don't look this athletic in space. And I mean, don't get me wrong, we can make probably a better block, but at least we get something. Like, this play picks up an extra 3 yards because Darnell Wright gets out into space and tees a guy up. We make an even better block, we can get more out of that. But I love watching, this is fun. Like, watching Darnell Wright on the move, I'm like, there it is. There's that first round pedigree. Yeah, light feet at 340. What'd Rome do? Oh yeah, Rome's going after it. Second and 6. Oh, y'all, I eat these up. Like, here we go. Where are you looking, Caleb? So I think this is all feel. I cannot speak for what this is, but it looks like against this formation, I think Caleb is just reading 55 with eyes on Keenan Allen. And if he thinks 55 sits too long, then he hits the big slant. The reason I mention that is because I think classically Keenan's open. Classically speaking, you can throw this. I mean, if you threw this 51 ain't doing nothing about it, and you more than likely either pick up the first down on a wide receiver turn, or you're at 3rd and 1 and it's fine. But Caleb looks to me like he sees that 51 is flat-footed, and that's all he needs. And he wants the bigger chunk, and he takes it. That's pretty. It's nothing crazy special. Like, from a read perspective, and gosh, Rome doesn't even look like he's trying to get into that space. Like, my favorite part, I think, about this is that you want to talk about, like, a guy that I really believe has more in the tank. Watch Rome on this, and he's not even really striding out. He's just jogging through space. And then when he actually gets moving, he picks up another 7 yards of yak. The dude looks fluid and breezy, and boy, look at this. So, who's 91? Somebody give me a roster check. Who's 91? It's not Walker, right? But this is a pretty block from Darnell Wright. Pass set, battle, easy. I think people focus way too much on how much ground a guy gave up sometimes. Like, what I love seeing is, okay, we are on, let's draw it out. We are on an island. What do we do with it? Right? That's Armstead, Supreme Overlord, because that's exactly what I'm talking about. This is best on best, gotta make a block. We make a clean one. We pick up a massive chunk because of it. I understand that everybody wants Joe Thomas in their right tackle. I think Darnell Wright has looked pretty solid. I still think that he's playing through some injury. And frankly, I admire him for the grit. But I love what we're seeing because I think it's enough. Yeah, they might be, Demo. Good on you. This looks like it's an option route. Oh, thank goodness it is. Look at this. Y'all, okay, so before we look at the completion, look at the other side. Here's Keenan Allen and Rome Odunze. Do you think that they're running the right route? Because I do not believe that they are. I don't know who is supposed to do what, but it looks like both Rome and Keenan literally think. Has anybody pointed this out? That is the same. Like they are frame by frame in sync with each other. Boom. Look at this. I'm glad Caleb's not looking to that side. Like, that's hilarious. Boom. Bang. Hit DJ Moore. Contact balances out some yardage. That's really funny. And if I had to guess, I think it's this stuff. So I would imagine this is a Rome problem. Like Kaiser mentions, is that good route design? If I had to guess, I think both of them think they're running the same route, and I'm inclined to think that's Rome making the mistake, because if there has been something I have seen from Rome Odunze this season, it's that he looks lost out there sometimes. So that, or at this point, I would envision it's a Rome mistake, but dang, does he make it look good anyways? So somebody asked, do I think that the ball should have gone to Kmet? No. This is what you're looking at. If you throw to Kmet, he attacks downhill, you get 2 yards. If you can throw the curl, you want to throw the curl in hook flat. And so instead, I will say, this is pretty great. Look at this. What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're counting frames. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's actually, it feels a lot longer than it feels on tape because that ball's out. It is nice watching him in the quick game, be able to just fit a ball into windows with ball speed and quick release. I'm a sucker for a quick release, fam. Always have been. Also, quick shout out to Matt Pryor. You want to talk about like Matt Pryor, I think, on a play like this? It's so funny. All he's going to do is jump set the guy and just go try to beat the snot out of him. Like, jump up on him, throw some hands, sit down, go somewhere else. Matt Pryor plays like he barely knows how to play guard half the time, if you ask me. Like he's a tackle that's just been playing line his whole life. So then 2nd and 1, as you probably know, the Bears don't get this, setting up 3rd and inches. And here's the play I think everybody wants to talk about. Big shot to DJ Moore. Here's where Caleb's throwing the ball. It is a nasty miss. Robert, what happened? All right, so can I be honest with you? When I watch a play like this, so first of all, it's 3rd and inches, okay? But moreover, it's 3rd and inches at the 40, all right? So I like the call. I think if you're going to take a shot, you do it here. And if you don't hit it, like if it's incomplete, you go for it on 4th down. This is fine by me. Like, use your field position to your advantage. And in my opinion, this box right about here for the Bears is go territory. Go. So a lot of people have wondered, what do I think happened? And here's the problem that I have. Caleb misses this deep ball so badly. Like, we're talking ball should be here. Ball lands here. That is nearly 10 yards of difference if you take, the hypotenuse, whatever. Nobody cares about geometry, Robert. But so the problem that I have is I believe that Caleb, when he goes to throw these, doesn't actually know where his receiver is going to be, right? Call it a feeling. But because Matthew, you mentioned Caleb said he was going to throw it for the pylon, and then if they don't get it, hey, if he's supposed to throw it for the pylon, then this is a nasty miss. Like, and I don't think it's going to be common, but I look at this at the very least, and I think he's thinking about it too much. I'm not worried because it's open. You should throw this. And in the world of the way I grade quarterbacks, like, you're going to see 2 types of mistakes. You're going to see physical and you're going to see mental. Repeated mental mistakes, frankly, repeated either mistakes are going to be worrisome, but repeated physical mistakes, these are curable. if you ask me. But mental mistakes are, I think, harder to cure. And so the closer you can be to making the right decision, the better. I want Caleb to throw this. Like, this is DJ Moore streaking down the field, and whether it's DJ or Rome, that's going to be open. And DJ gets open. So it's a good thing we throw the ball, but let's hit the mark a little bit. And if we do, goodness, Caleb might have had a perfect passer rating. Like, I mean, he was so good in so much of the rest of the game that it is funny to think if he hits that. And here's the other thing, fam. Can we be honest? So right now, I don't have the number in front of me. I actually don't know what it is. Somebody else can tell me what it is because I don't know. But Caleb's deep accuracy might be like, what do you think? I'm going to guess it's 13%. Honestly. Here's the thing. I think it stands to reason that Caleb is going to end up with a below average deep accuracy this season. But 13% is incredibly low. Incredibly low. Remember, a good deep thrower is going to complete about 40%. So let's say an okay quarterback is going to hit about 32%. What I think is reasonably going to happen, and I say this mostly because of like math, okay? So being on Ukusai, if it's seriously like 3 for 42 or 3 for 24, which is 12 and a half, and I actually kind of nailed 13%, that's hilarious. Anyways, so folks, I think we're going to see, like, I say this as a math nerd, all right? I'm looking into the camera. I'm turning in my nerd card, right? And I'm telling you that more than likely a statistical regression to the mean is coming. And for those of you who know what I'm trying to tell you, that means that I'm saying I think that there is going to come a season where Caleb Williams is going to look like he's hitting everything. And it's purely because he's missed everything. And his average will be around 28%, which is still low. And going into 2025, it won't surprise me if he gets a little closer to normal at a deep accuracy. But he should finish with a 25 to 27 to 30% deep accuracy. And he's so low right now. That means there is inevitably going to come a time where he hits three out of 4 or 3 out of 5 and starts to raise the average a little bit. But Joe, I personally think the funniest part about football to me, Joe, and this is not tanking on you, you've seen it a lot, is when a play doesn't work, everybody wants to criticize a lot of the design. The design is shot play with Doug Kramer. We are wide open. Like, all we've got to do is hit a minor double move, beat this guy across his face. It could be Tyler Scott. It could be Keenan Allen. It could be Rome Odunze. You get this much space against the cloud corner underneath you, and you've got one guy to beat. I don't care. Play caller did his job. I think anything else is unfair. Like, I agree with you that I think Rome could be even better, but that's all the space we could ever want. Like, the moment we hit this turn, we're gone, dude. You're never getting me. Like, you're never catching me. We just underthrow it so badly that he makes a play on it. Almost wonder sometimes on these plays whether it's so, honestly, he's just got to figure it out. That is a massive miss. He doesn't step through. I think he overthinks it a little bit. There's an element of you tell me. It's such a poor miss. But we just didn't see this in college. Like, in college, he's so much better than that I'm not worried. He's just got to get the 3-ball working. Oh, I do too, TB. Like, that's the other piece of it, TB. Like, I look at that and I say to myself, everything about that is exciting except for the result, which, like, that can't last forever. But much better to have that in a game you're winning and end up still winning. Man, we do very little to stop this shift, huh? 5 just chums downhill. You can't just not block him. Like, I love that the Bears are rolling with duo, I guess, but you can't just not block either of those guys. Pretty much, David. And then he does a lot of great things after that. So I'm realizing we got to skim a little bit, but I love all the toss. Like, if you want to line up with guys at the second level like this, I love getting under center and toss it out. Do it. You get plenty of plays just like this where some pin and pull, Braxton moving. Dude, Sir Lord, this is where Braxton shines. Go get that edge. These kinds of plays for Braxton Jones, they got me feeling nicey. Oh! That's good running. 1st and 10. We got a little quad action over here. Ooh, look at this. Like, we got 3 with the running back to that side. Gonna get a little bit of an overload. Oh, yeah. That'll work. Then we get Rome coming across. Clear man signal. Oh, that's funny. So, why does Caleb run? I've actually seen this a couple times. I've seen a couple people pointing out they've mentioned in some cases Rome Odunze over here, which is ridiculous. Caleb's like already crossing the line. We've seen what happens when a quarterback doesn't takes too much time, if you ask me. I've seen some people mention DJ Moore. Like, we've just got to always look for the Oregon throw. I get it. I have seen way too many of these in the NFL, my personal opinion, where if the DB's on you like this and you don't throw it perfectly, it's another interception. But moreover, what happens on this play? When Rome moves across, this is a man tell. 6 following Rome, just like this, screams man coverage. Caleb's thinking man coverage. So, what's the concept? We've got DJ Moore running what looks to me like, is it a circus route? Honest goodness, I can't tell. Like, let's see what DJ does. Nope, DJ's running a go. All right, so everybody just prepare for this. DJ's running a go. And it looks like Keenan is running a dig. So Keenan attacks, but he gets bracketed, okay? So we were in man coverage, but now our guy is getting doubled. Beyond that, we've got another bracket on DJ Moore and this corner. And it does not help anything. Not to sound just like the guy. You be the judge. Y'all, we get stacked. Like, if I was talking about Tyreek Stevenson, I'd say, yo, we strap him. Because we do. I mean, it's a go route. So I guess there's that, right? But, like, I would love to separate a little more. You don't have to beat the guy because you're still not going to be open. But we don't even get cleared out. For if there was space, there is no more space. Because when Keenan breaks, you can't safely throw here. It's way too clogged. So that means Caleb's got to go create. Because he looks at Rome. Rome's got a guy sitting on him. But remember, he's still thinking man, right? Why does this matter? Because if he escapes the pocket, which he does, there is no one covering Caleb. Cover, 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 cover. These two all down here. He's probably the freest defender. There's no reason not to run. Like, Taco Man, you mentioned, are they NFL open? So, in my opinion, when you're throwing over the middle, if he's not here, absolutely, 13 is NFL open. If we're talking about DJ, I think he's not NFL open. But the moment that we've got a DB that is cutting in front of us, that's a pick six, if you ask me. And Rome is also not NFL open. You throw to him, he's not moving. So that's a pick six. I mean, I completely understand the thought of NFL open, but I also personally believe, okay, you feel free to have your own opinion about this. You do not have to throw this. Like, for instance, Eric, you mentioned that Kmet is NFL open. Let's wind it back a little bit. So if we're talking about the structure of the read, Kmet's not in it. Kmet is chipping and releasing. He's effectively another check down, right? But by the time we get to Kmet, especially when Kmet is running like this, not to use the AWS meter, but I would tell you that I think on the move, making this throw against a linebacker that's not turning, you're probably talking about a roughly 35% completion percentage. Running for a first down is a near 100% completion percentage. Y'all, I understand that we're coming from the days of Justin Fields. A quarterback's allowed to tote the pill if he's got space. Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, all kinds of guys do it for good reason. When you've got the space, take it. You can't make a habit of it. You can't do it all the time. But when you have the space, take the yards. It's easy. Especially when you know you've got man coverage, which they do. Also, number 1 versus number 10. I completely understand that he's getting a chip. But go get him, Darnell. Go get him. We got a new subscriber. Pat, what's up? How you doing? Happy you could be here. Like, this is a gorgeous pocket in general. Okay. I've given him a little bit of a hard time. It looks like Tevin Jenkins just dumpsters this guy. He does. That's sick. Okay, you get him, Tev. Like, 76 just says, sit in the trash and think about what you've done. But kudos to Darnell Wright, who's on that island again and beats Trevon Walker. Coleman Shelton handles his business too. Like, we can kill the guy. There's plenty of times where Coleman Shelton earns it. But here you go. Doesn't let much. Even Braxton. Braxton's in a fist fight. Like, Braxton is going to war with 41. Keeps him at bay. Yeah, I definitely think, Akusai, that Caleb probably could have picked a better rushing angle, but I'm also just never going to sneeze at a 20-yard gain. It is interesting, though, because now I believe that was the 2-minute warning, so the Bears still have 2 minutes to get 50 yards. And I'm with you, John. The biggest problem with NFL Open is when you turn it down and make a habit of it. I would tell you that, for instance, if you're talking about NFL Open, so first of all, yo, y'all, watch this route. Watch this route. This route is sweet. Like, somebody asked about confirmation bias. I don't know. That's as good as it's gonna get on an inside dig. Like, and especially because there's an element of curl. But a full, like, 1.5 yards of separation. Oh, yeah. Then we come up with the big body catch, too, because Caleb's just a hair late to it. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's all you could ask for. Look at how quick he's out there, too. Like, he and DJ Moore are running what it looks like is similar routes to similar depth. And Rome handles the contact so gracefully. Like, y'all, I'm going to point this out because I think it's such a good thing to see. You want to talk about a ball winner. Watch him throw this corner around. That's beautiful. And Kmet does a good job too. Like, I think reasonably that Caleb looks past Kmet and to Rome. I think you probably could throw to Kmet here. I would love to hear Caleb's perspective on why he's passing over this read, because generally I would have expected this to be fade to Cole across the field to backside dig sit, whatever this is, 3. And it looks to me like Caleb goes 1 to 3. Maybe he sees this corner running with him and looks at space. I don't know. But you be the judge. I'm here to show you the film. Either way, he decisively gets it to an open read because he understands the coverage, and that doesn't bother me. Like, seriously, another thing that I could understand it as is if he's looking at this thinking, is it man or is it cover 3, right? Then the second safety will tell you what's going on. And once Caleb sees, okay, so these two are here, where's that second safety? If Caleb looked, here's the other thing that I think people forget sometimes. When you're a rookie, there are going to be times where you expected the safety to be here, and he's not. He's over here. And if he's not where you thought he was, in many cases, that's enough Like, people talk about messy reads or blurred pictures. This is kind of what they mean sometimes. I don't want to build a fantasy world for Caleb Williams, but it's more that if Caleb, for any reason, thought that 26 wasn't going to be there, and then he is, that may have been enough for him to just step in and take the safe read that he knows is open. It's all part of quarterbacking. And when it works, it works. And the throw's good enough, the route's good enough. That's your rookie to rookie connection. Oh, yeah. Like, Rome comes out of the route, ball to the outside of the frame, collects it. Yeah, baby. Easy to get excited about that. How's the line? Ooh, Darnell nearly loses. Like, Darnell lunges for no good reason. Oh, Tev! Oh! Here it is. Tev Jenkins sits on his man again. And Braxton? Okay. We're playing some ball. And, yo! Maybe the most important block of this. Nobody's mentioned it yet. Look at this running back block. Look at Swift. Insert, baby. One-on-one against the blitzer. Boom. Get out of the throwing lane. This will work. Like, if Swift can just be a decent pass blocking back to go with everything else, like, that'll play. You can do things with that. Good job, DeAndre. Oh, a lot of Bears running backs have not done that. First down at the 40. This is so funny because I think Caleb's late here. Like, what are we looking for? Oh. It looks to me, at least, like Caleb, I think he wants to throw to DJ before he realizes that this corner is too far off, because I do feel like Keenan's open. So then he looks at Kmet, and he really stews on Kmet for a hot minute. Like, in the world of quarterback time, like, I understand I'm abusing the clicker. It is kind of funny that Kmet is running a sit that will convert to an out if he needs to. And Caleb progresses to the out. And good thing is, Cole's on the same page as him, so you're able to make it a positive play. For all I know, Caleb even checks back looking. No, he's looking at Kmet. I don't think he's looking at Rome. But there you go. Like, I think the funniest part about this is that we watched this game on the All-22, and I personally believe that you can see Caleb Williams' process not being all the way there yet. Like, this is a very good game for his results, but we're generally doing the right thing. We could just speed up a little here. We nail this one. That one could be a little better. We make a mistake here. This guy picks it up, but you do still see the arm talent as we get our feet set in the pocket, and from that angle can just rip out like another 4. That's solid. Look at the line go to work. Here's Darnell right against Arik Armstead again. And hey, here we go. Here we go. Okay, I love Matt Pryor helping out Darnell Wright here. I don't know what the slide is on like what the offensive line is specifically doing, but Darnell is locked in a cage match with Arik Armstead, and when he goes for the spin, Pryor's there to escort him out of the building. Offensive line kind of having a day. At least so far, kind of having a day. Ball on the 35. We're well within Santos's range. Got to take care of the football while trying to get more points. Okay, what are we doing here? Because it looks like we're running mesh, and then everybody stops, and that's not really what mesh is. Like, maybe the answer is a get zone sit down, but like, look at this. I think it's funny that you see sit, 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 and you kind of create this Bermuda Triangle where it's like, could you throw this? I mean, I guess, but that's what I'm saying, Alex. I would think, like, I'm doing all right, Zy. How you doing? Now you can't hit the sit over the ball because everybody's clouding it a little bit too much, and we're not running anybody out. But That's it's kind of funny just looking at this. So Caleb freezes. I have no idea who's wrong. I don't know. I don't know if that's how they teach it. It feels wrong to me when I look at that, but you be the judge. And then who was it? Taco, I think. Taco 85. Somebody asked, like, how do you feel about, or is it's Taco Man. Is he getting coached to just move the chains than taking the riskier throws? The main thing here is in football, you're always trying to move the chains. Like, yes, you want to take the riskier throws when you get the chance, but I think so. It's not objective. It's not one or the other, right? There's a balance with everything. If you can hit a 40-yard bomb and it's open, you got to try it. Like the interception ball, you got to try it. But also, if you're sprinting out to your right and down the field is a 20% completion chance with a 10% interception chance, you probably don't want that throw. Like, it's riskier than it has any need to be. So there's a you tell me element to it of what do you want in your quarterback. But when I personally think of winning NFL football, generally it's these plays. I'm not even just setting it up for that. Like Keenan Allen creating some space and just fitting it. Like, you can tell the linebacker with your eyes where you're going with the ball. Caleb doesn't need to hide it. You just need to have the arm strength and the accuracy to just beat him there anyways. One of these days, I think Rome will be running these routes. And that's not to say they'll be better. I just can't wait. For now, hot dang. That'll do. If this is all Keenan does, widen out, option route, that's pretty. That's really pretty. You'll pick up a lot of third downs that way. Oh, yeah. Open up, rip. What's going on the other side? Like, what play are we showing? We're lost. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. There's just not a lot of football plays that look like this. I'm not 100% sure what's going on, but Rome and Komet are synchronized swimming again. Like, here, we'll frame it. It's not gonna be the Keenan Allen thing, but that's not really separation. Good thing Keenan is running a sweet route, and he is. Puts the ball at the 25. Dead awake. It looks like that's what they're doing up at the top of the screen. I just don't think it's on purpose, or at least I don't think it's the play call. What do we got here? So it looks to me like they're running wrap again. You know, thinking out loud, this is one of those decisions where it's key to know where and when. Bears are sitting with one timeout, 0.35. So given that they've got 35 seconds in one timeout, I'm going to be blunt. I think this is the worst call Waldron's made so far. Like, it's the call that I like the least because we aren't doing anything on the sidelines. Like, what is the purpose of these? Is it all for DJ? Is DJ the only one? You tell me. But the moment that he gets depth, you throw it to Swift. It wouldn't surprise me, as a matter of fact, if this is fundamentally a 1-2 kind of play. Because once that corner gets depth out there, he looks at Komet, but like, don't ever throw it there. That's a field goal. The moment you throw that there, it's a field goal. And Swift goes and gets some yards. It gets out of bounds. Situational football with good offensive line play to boot. But it looks a lot more cowardly if you're not thinking down and distance. 28 seconds. Is this one? It is. So this is another one of those, like, you tell me balls, right? I tend to think Caleb makes the right decision here. because, personal opinion, while it costs us the timeout, Rome is open. You can throw this to Rome, right? The question you've got to ask yourself is, does passing yards count more than rushing yards? And there's a limit to this, right? If you can't pass the ball, if you can't gain passing yards, then that's its own separate issue. But the moment that you've got 25 chasing Rome for dear life, turning upfield and getting all those yards yourself, I don't know. Again, you tell me. Like, Caleb gets all the way to the 5 and even wins enough contact to get down to the 2. You don't need your quarterback to lower the pads if you don't need to. And maybe next time Caleb wants to spin the ball up the sidelines and try to let Rome carry it in. I don't know. But at least for a week 6 rookie, I have no problem with this decision. You've got your guy trailing. Man, look at that. Pryor's guy, Arik Armstead, just comes crawling in on him. So let's see. Looks like he thinks about it, certainly. Maybe he just doesn't think he has time. Honestly, couldn't tell you. I think there's an element of the helter-skelter stuff where when Caleb gets on the move, I believe he's still adjusting to a moving picture of the NFL. I think experience is going to go a long way for the kid, and that you got to pick it up on downs exactly like this. Then first down, wide open touchdown pass, it'll do. And yeah, dude, TB, so I've seen this a lot in DBs. Dude, there's no DB that's harder, or there's no DB that's going to sell out harder than the one that slips. Because like you're saying, he never looks back at the TB or at his receiver because he fell down and he just doesn't want to get beat. It's a bad play from 25. Let's see, Lloyd or Darby. So at least looking at this, when I see this, like Supreme's mentioning, I think it would be so weird if it was one of these 3 busts and I don't know who it is. Like, I don't think I'm going to know. Because the problem is, if these 2 are banjoing, which effectively means that they're passing off these guys in the situation where they cross, then I'd understand it. But this linebacker just lets Kmet go free while these 2 play man coverage. So somebody's wrong here in the DB room. It wouldn't surprise me if it's him. But let's look around the rest of the field, and the rest of the field is also playing man. So it looks like it's man, 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 and maybe there's a banjo going on here, but I would imagine this is man. And if it's man, then Caleb's already right to look for it, because I also think Cole Kmet is going to beat almost any flat-footed linebacker. Like, right now, the way Cole's playing, go dust the guy, and then he just lets you go, and it's even easier than that. It'll do. It looks like maybe there's some element, I don't know, because 6 gets picked really hard. Like, 6 turns this into sort of what almost looks like a zone drop, but that's mostly just because he gets hit. It's just a bad busted coverage by Jacksonville. It's points for the Bears. Don't we love it? Bear down. Got to take advantage of busted coverages when you get them. I don't even think the throw's anything particularly special, but it'll do. Yeah, terrific 2-minute overall. No, Woo. Apparently not enough people. Oh, man. Don't know, right. We get eat here. Like, he goes for the trap, but man, look at this. Trevon Walker just digs a tunnel. And we get walked all the way back. Look at the platform Caleb's throwing off of. Ball out. Immediately pulls that left foot back. It's probably part of why the ball just dies on him. So, where are we? Third quarter? Yes. So, I do want to talk about this. This is something that I personally don't think we bring up enough, okay? So, if you know me at all, I like to think I'm Chicago's fairest man on Matt Eberflus. Generally, when people love Matt Eberflus, I'm the person who's like, Okay, but we can do a little better, right? When people hate on Matt Eberflus, which is a lot more common right now, I look at this and I say, I get it. It's Jacksonville. I get it. They're jet lagged. I get it. It's London. This play is something that if the Bears can keep doing this, and so far this season, they have, Flus, you might just win me over. Like, I want to pivot back to, let's see if I can find it really fast. Let's see here. I mean, not for nothing, but 3-14, the game is still very much in hand, right? Like, there's a lot of football left to be played at that point. Jags just kneeled. You're coming out of the half. 3-14. First play of the half. And the Bears just line up. Come on, give me the play. They give one up and covered. Oh, no. Here it is. The Bears just seem to line up and just want it a little more. Like, it's not even that vicious a hit, and it is a mistake by Evan Ingram. I mean, he's wide open. Jalen Jones kind of played like a victim in this game. But massive kudos to the Bears. Like, TJ comes in looking for the takeaway. I mean, it is funny. Why didn't he hit him hard? Look at this arm. He's like, yeah, there's nothing this guy's going to do about that. And this Bears defense right now has this tendency to come up with the massive second half takeaway. And if you can get those takeaways, there's a lot of things you can do. Because then, on offense, the boys turn defense into offense. I thought Elijah Hicks played fine. Like, I even thought I think that there's one play where Elijah really bothered me, but outside of that, he had a pretty clean game overall. Here's Keenan running another one of these routes, so I don't want to say he can't do it, but the Bears keep kind of asking, the Bears keep asking Keenan Allen to run these option patterns. And when they do, like, I'm all about Keenan on these option patterns, but Jacksonville was just not about it, and they double bracketed him as often as they could. So then the Bears just swing it out to Swift. He doesn't get much. Akusai, did he really? I'm not surprised. I will tell you, Akusai, I do think there's a weird balance to this. I want the Bears to beat a tough team too. Don't get me wrong. Like Taco Man mentions, I think the Bears are going to get run all over by the Commanders. Well, so far, the Commanders have been running all over everybody. It would not be strange if the Bears got run all over by the Commanders. The big question is whether or not the Bears will be able to score with them and whether the Bears will be able to do enough to slow them down. And it's hard for me to say that that's not at least on the table. I mean, I'm not even trying to be, I really promise I want to be the person who tells you the Bears are probably going to lose the game the moment that the Bears get there, right? But at least where we are right now in the calendar, and by the way, I'm all about this kind of run. It's kind of like trap action, pulling guys across. Yeah, that guy, the Ravens slowed them down. They had 23 points against the Ravens. If Jaden's not playing, I think that look, right now, Matt Eberflus, if you were going to build like a little Madden badge, right? Like an M25, I don't know, are we on Madden 25 yet? Point is, like, if you're going to build a little badge for Matt Eberflus, it's like, I have yet to see Matt Eberflus face a backup quarterback and not just smoke him. Like, if it's Jaden Daniels, I really believe it's a different story, because not to make this sound too simple, too basic, too like almost no brain, but Matt Eberflus has just rended backups in two. And Akusai, for the sake of it, yes, I think so. Razi, I'm with you. This would be a major jinx. But Grant, Grant mentions Joe Flacco's end of the chat. Bull crap, Grant. Bull crap. No. No. It counts. Joe Flacco had 3 net points. 3 net points on the Bears offense. Or against the Bears defense. The Bears picked him off for 6 and picked him off to put a ball on the 1-yard line. Then he scored 17 points. I understand he won the game, Grant. I know you know this, but I'll fight you on Joe Flacco purely because that was a game where, in my opinion, the offense let the Browns hang around way too long. And I like to think I would keep that take consistent regardless of who they're playing. Like I would tell you, the Bears defense against Anthony Richardson this season, or mostly against Jonathan Taylor, let's be honest, that's way worse. The Bears defense left everything open in Indianapolis. Bad day for the Bears defense. Against Joe Flacco, they locked the Browns up. The offense just let them stay in it. And so, at least to me, when you do that much damage early, like, you're fine. But so, yeah, we could definitely talk about it, Magic. So, 3rd down. Caleb's just going to rip it. And y'all, I don't want to get too excited. I'm not trying to get you too excited. I don't know where 33 is going. Like, I think it's some sort of open face zone coverage where they're trying to basically change the picture after the snap. But 3rd down, this is pretty. This is great. Like, quick throw against zone. Beautiful reception, too, by Keenan. Like, one thing I'll say, ball placement, reception, all of it matters when it comes to not getting killed by an angry defensive back, right? Like, this linebacker's coming through, and if you hang your guy out to dry, he's going to get hit. Keenan does a great job protecting himself. And then the Jacks guy misses the tackle, too. But, man, tie window ball over the middle. Michael, the funny thing is, I know, because you've been around a while, we've seen a lot of Matt Stafford hit that window. Jared Goff hit that window. All kinds of people hit that window. Let's see, Odunze? Did I think Odunze had a chance? Like, to catch the ball? So Caleb's throwing right here. You should never throw to Rome in this case. Like, remember, this is the picture. Frankly, this is the picture. I completely hear everybody. Like, you can't abuse the clicker. And I will tell you when Rome is wide open, because he's open a lot. But on this play specifically, you're aiming for a 1st down. You get your chance to hit a 1st down. You should take that chance to hit a 1st down rather than lob a ball up the seam. This is where I think people get a little too focused on find the biggest play as opposed to the combination. This combination is just work Keenan Allen, throw him the ball. Boy. I love the amount of velo he's able to get on even some of these throws where he's contorting his body to make it work. Like, he's kind of pulling off as he gets stepped on this play. But it's a missile. I agree with you, TB. The Bears are just the exact kind of team that checks the Lions. And I would tell you, TB, in the same way, on the opposite foot, the Packers just check the Bears. In the rock, paper, scissors game of football, the offense that the Packers run eats the Bears. And the defense that the Bears run seems to eat the Lions. So I guess it's all over the place. Here's another solid screen call. Big play action, deep shot. I think Caleb does a good job of selling it. And then Swift takes care of the rest. That's a nice move. For what is that? 5 yards after catch? Get him, Pryor. Look at Matt Pryor, 76. Or 79. Like, he gets up there and hits. And then, man. Well, that guy's got a family, DeAndre. little bit of the broken leg. Oh, yikes. Oh, yikes. This is just not the screenshot any defender wants. I'm not even. It's so funny, right? Because plenty of times, because I am ultimately a Bears analyst, it's going to come across like I'm some homer. But we'll do the same thing for a Bears defender if you get there. You just never want to get juked this badly. Like, granted, that's a tough tackle for anybody, DB, linebacker, anybody to make in open space. But boy, howdy, that's a tough one. We already covered this series, so I'll skim through it. But Caleb looks past what I think is an NFL open Keenan Allen and hits an NFL open DJ Moore. So a little bit of being lost here. I think that's open. Caleb doesn't throw it. It's at least NFL open. You got to throw this ball to the pylon and at least make it safe, even if it's just an incompletion. Riding the play out doesn't help you at all. Then on third down, Caleb does make the throw that he needs to make, but there's a penalty. So instead, he just responds with the cleanest and nicest throw that I've seen in a Bears uniform, just about. Like, that's sicko. Bang. And it's on 3rd and 9, too. I love these shotgun toss out runs, y'all. Okay, if you know me on this channel, I love these. I love these. So generally, for those who don't know, when you line up in the shotgun, the running back track does not play with offensive line or with toss very well. So what you'll see sometimes is kind of a gimmick run. Is you'll see something that mimics under center toss, but you just toss the ball out in the shotgun and then take the lane outside the C gap. And when it works great. Look at this. I mean, you get all kinds of great angles. Swift, does his usual thing where he doesn't really want to follow any blockers that he doesn't have to, but you're able to get it for like 7 yards. I love toss out. I think it's a great way to mix up a lot of your passing looks with a run look. The V12 special, right? I'm telling you, Grant. I'm telling you. I was shocked. So this play is very whatever to me. I mean, it's your basic quick game combination. It's just curl flat. So curl, flat, hit the flat. I was shocked the referees gave Mercedes Lewis this. I don't ever see this. I never see them call this a first down. My entire life, they call this best case scenario, half yard short. Best case scenario. I think it was replay assist, Zai. But even with the replay assistant, like, I never see this get called a first down. So, I'll take the gift where you get it. Because especially later in the game, I think that the Bears get a little bit of help. Khalid asks, why do I think Herbert's not playing? I think it's because they feel like, Khalid, you're willing, be willing to disagree, okay? I think the Bears coaches think that Herbert is a direct backup to Swift and that Roschon is a power back that is a change of pace back. I think the Bears only want running backs that they can put in the backfield right now. Like Taco Man mentions football politics. I think it has much more to do with pass blocking and the ability to catch the ball out of the backfield. And if Khalil was a little better at that, I think he'd get more time. The Bears seem to want a throwing offense, like a near exclusive throwing offense. But that's whether you think that that's smart or not is up to you. Oh man, what a shame. So somebody pointed this out. Yeah, this sucks. This sucks to watch. So Kmet and Keenan are going to run play action scissors. And it's pop open. If we're either a little faster or a little cleaner as a blocker, That is wide open. Like, you loft that ball out there. You're not going to score with Keenan Allen. You honestly might with Rome. Don't fight me. But you're not going to score with Keenan Allen, but you're going to get to like the 20. And that's if you don't break a tackle or something like that. But so that's a beautiful call. That's a great one to put on tape. It's a bummer that Braxton loses it. Hard to tell whether Caleb needs to step up to keep this play alive. I think we can make a better block. Don't get me wrong. But that's open if we either get there a little faster, maybe release the ball sooner, or somehow just stay alive a little longer. Wright's getting beat. End up grabbed and sacked. Could probably move a little more. Strong step up in the pocket probably keeps that alive. 2nd and 14. Swing it out to Swift. Sets you up with something. Third and what is this? 8? Oh, is this the first flag? This is a flag, right? What they call the penalty on? 3rd and 8. Is it just Common Core offsides? Like, what flag doesn't involve a first down? You mentioned defensive holding, Akusa, but defensive holding is an automatic first down, I think. And I'd say Wright gets beat pretty clean here, relatively clean. If Travon Walker was a Bear, I'd be talking about how that's a really solid pass rush to get deep and then get inside. Somebody find out what the penalty was. Is defensive hands to the face not an automatic first down? Is that like the only one? Either way, the Bears get a second chance. And here's the DB one, right? Because this is where they call 25 on holding Keenan Allen. This one's holding. It's 12 men. Thank you, David. I really appreciate it. Yeah, you're right. It's 12 men on defense. So then this one's defensive holding. And it's funny because I don't actually know if the defensive holding helps them. Like, it looks to me like they're creating pressure before the point of the hold. Like, going back a little bit further, this is kind of just a lucky break. Because for all intents and purposes, they got what they wanted at this moment. What happened here, by the way? So Rome and Kmet kind of end up lost in the same place. Moore gets out of the way, and then Keenan's on a one-on-one. So is it a one-on-one? I don't know. Swift is wide open. Would love to find him. And he just does what he needs to and widens out and sits in space. Because he's got absolutely nobody on him. I mean, nobody on him at all. Probably a little too fast. It's a busted coverage. And I honestly can tell you I don't know what the concept's supposed to be. But it's kind of a shame that that this touchdown drive is it's a lot of taking advantage of gifts. Here's another shotgun toss out, and this one works even better. My shotgun toss out agenda gets hot on plays like this. Good run block. Darnell's going to ride him up to the second level. Kmet does a great job. Who's at Rome? Downfield. Look at Rome getting a piece of this defender right here. Swift breaks another tackle. Don't look, everybody. Don't look now, everybody. Breaks the third. Talking in the game, by the way. Get Swift to the second level, and apparently we've got a little bit of contact balance, And we're not keeping our feet. Oh, dog. Oh, man. 25 does what he needs to do. He's going to sit in the film room and he's going to say, yeah, but coach, I brought him down. And he did. That was close. It's tough. It looks to me like this is another effectively option route to Keenan. Like it looks as if it's Kmet, flat, DJ, what is it? Basically like a marked out slot fade. It's more like a rail route. Like this. And then it's just Keenan in space. Against what I imagine, sure looks like a linebacker. Thank you so much, Al. I appreciate it. So Keenan looks like he's the read. And bummer. I got you, Big Al. But like you guys are saying, Odunze on the other side. Gets up. Stems out. Good feet. Good feet. I feel like there's coming a day. I think Keenan Allen is really great at a lot of these routes. And it looks like Keenan was trying to work inside and then ends up working outside. But it's not enough separation. I would love for Caleb to stay a little tighter or at least a little more calm and get the ball to roam. That's what film study's for. I'll warn you guys. I've said it before, but for those of you who don't know me, or maybe this is your first time on the channel, I am very kind to rookies. I think rookies are generally very bad. And that frankly, even with Caleb, you got to wait till year 2 to judge him like a year 2 quarterback. For now, he's a rookie quarterback. But it's nice because here in the second half, even as Caleb's making mistakes, he still gives the Bears enough. Smart play on this one where it's a screen that's dead on arrival. Caleb just gets the ball onto the ground. That's what you should do. Caleb did a good job this game of not making a bad play worse, if you ask me. He had a couple of bad plays. But generally, he made sure that a 2nd and 10 remained a 3rd and 10 so that on a 3rd and 10, he can at least get the ball. Did they get another flag? They don't kick from here, right? No, Alex, I think so. Alex mentions, I don't want to sound too homerish, but if they were like, hey, we're going to make an effort to get Rome the ball, I think he'd have 100 yards easy. That's all I'm saying, Alex. I have trouble looking at this tape and not saying, if Rome became a game plan focus, where are the routes that he's not going to separate on? Because right now, you just don't see him strapped often. So I don't know what the penalty is. It's probably on DJ. Did they hit DJ downfield? Because I guess I would almost think this is within the 5-yard box. But yeah, they obviously didn't like it. Don't mean to laugh about DJ being hurt, but you see the flag come in after that. And I doubt it's for holding Keenan Allen or something like that. But you got to think DJ was going to be open. At least I think so. $26. This is when you knew the Bears were cooking, right? Like when the Bears are hitting duo downfield and, oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at this. Beautiful climb to the 2nd level. Like this is a good run look anyways. Because if you can combo up to there, you are cooking. But then you get this right-hand side of the line, and they're just going to tweak out that defensive tackle and mug everybody up there. That is beautiful. That's one of the best jobs that right side's done all season. Frankly, the Bears' offensive line. Oh, they just send him elsewhere. That is some movement. Razi, he's just hoofing it downfield. I felt kind of bad for Swift on this, by the way. Let me see. Is this it? So Swift does a good job of getting down to the goal line, dives, gets to the 2, and then if memory serves, yes, I think this is it. Okay, no, they throw the fade. I'm thinking of a little later in the game where a little later in the game, I think it was the Bears leave Swift in the game to they give Swift a carry on the goal line. I think this is this game. Everybody correct me if it's not. They leave Swift in on the goal line. He doesn't get it. He then asks to get another carry. He doesn't get another carry. They bring in Roschon Johnson. He gets in the end zone. And you just know Swift is thinking about the vulture touchdown. This is one of those kinds of games. And you're not kidding, Akusai. Nobody gets 5. This is very weird. It's Carolina. Thank you. Nobody gets 5. Somebody should. Nobody does. Man. Anybody else feeling kind of like I am? The Bears fans critiqued DeAndre Swift, and since then, he's actually showing a little bit of contact balance. At least at the first level. More so than I anticipated. And yeah, that's a dot. Thank you, Blue Dragon. I actually think that there's not much to say here. Like, this is just, can you make this throw? Caleb can. Enough said, if you ask me. And I mean, don't get me wrong. This is a dot. That is made to order. That is, can't hand it to him better, right? But also, I am a big believer, to be honest with you, that when we're talking about a play like this, which, by the way, it looks like it's an RPO, which I'm all about an RPO with a fade option on it. Like, yes, sir. Hand this off. I wonder who gets what. Bears might score twice. But it's funny because I think you can overrate these throws. I think this throw just has to be one you can make. You want to be a really successful quarterback in the NFL? You got to make that throw. Caleb can. Good. Check that one off the list. I want to ask you guys something, by the way, before we keep going. And I really mean it. Like, look, I get it, okay? I want to preface this by saying, I get it. I know why. I chances are I can guess the top 3 answers of the question I'm about to ask. Why is it so important that the Bears face Jaden Daniels? Like, maybe this is just me, okay? Maybe I'm the broken fan here, but I would like the Bears to get as many free meal tickets to wins as possible. I don't care that the Bears don't get to face Aiden Hutchinson. It does not bother me that TJ Hawkinson may not be fully healthy by the time the Bears face him. It doesn't break my heart that the Bears may not get to face Jaden Daniels. Oh, darn. Oh, well. I kind of hope, I mean, I don't want to say I hope, but I'll take every free win that I can. Doesn't bother me because I'm a believer that if this Bears team can get a little bit of playoff experience, that not only will we all have fun watching them play in a playoff game, win, lose, or tie, but also because I don't know, the division's a gauntlet. It's very possible that the Bears get to the back half of their schedule and go 3-5, or maybe they go 4-4 and finish with a pretty solid season. Like, Taco Man, what's the fist out of curiosity? Like, what are you thinking? The Irish Pipe Bomb, I hear you. Like, Alex mentions better chance at Caleb winning Rookie of the Year because voters will look back at that game and say, oh, Caleb outplayed him. But, like, here's the thing, Alex. I don't care. Like, it would be neat if Caleb won Rookie of the Year. Y'all, I would trade a lot. I would trade a lot of dignity for a Bears playoff appearance. Like, I don't know if you guys feel this way, but I do. I don't care how many cheap wins. I don't care how many fraud teams. I don't care how many wins the Bears opponents have or don't have. They could beat exclusively one-win teams the rest of the way. And if they win 11 games, all against one-win teams, somehow, I'll sleep just fine at night. Like, y'all, I said on podcast after podcast after podcast, stream after stream after stream, that so Akusai mentioned, so how do you feel about 2020? 2020 is a little different because that's with the third year quarterback, and it was the absolute ceiling of where the Bears were ever going to get. With a rookie, I think it's a little different, where the 2020 result happening in 2017 would have had us all unbelievably excited. No, Akusa, I forgot. That's Mitch's fourth year. So it wasn't even a third year quarterback. It was kind of a done and dusted deal, which is tough. But let me say, yeah, just get me to the dance. Absolutely. Let's see. I really want to talk about Justin on the bench, if you don't mind. Like, maybe we could talk about it a little at the very end of the show, but I don't know, man. The problem is, like, if I'm a Steelers coach, the weirdest part about where things are is that George Pickens is giving us absolutely no effort when Justin's playing the game. Unfortunately, it seems like maybe he's giving effort on like half of the play, but or like half of the plays. But Russ comes in the game. Russ can barely throw the ball, y'all. Like, Russ is just chucking the ball up. George is coming down with it. Like, if you've got a quarterback that can just put a blindfold on and throw in 14's general direction, the Steelers have a passing game. And they go up against a Jets defense that's quite good, and he clicked out 265 passing yards. I'm not trying to tell you that I think Russell Wilson is great. I don't even know if Russell Wilson is better than Justin Fields. But the Steelers seem to think that they have a more cohesive offense with Russ in the game. And side note, if I'm the Steelers, I want to give Justin 5 weeks break anyways. So here's my take. Here's my ultimate take. Here's my, like, let's get really nitty gritty with it take. You want to win in the playoffs? You want the Steelers to be dangerous in the playoffs? Get Justin as fresh as possible into the playoffs. Like, I'm kind of being serious, where if there's only one thing that Justin can bring to the table, it's pretty unbelievable athleticism. With the problem being, and Bears fans, you know this, you've lived it, that the more consecutive weeks Justin plays, the more he slows down. And the more he slows down, frankly, the worse the results get. Justin tends to play really well off of breaks. And so if Russ can play in this middle portion, and then he proves himself good, you've got a solid quarterback. If Russ plays this middle portion and then doesn't prove himself, you get Justin back in the game around week 13, 14, and he's fresh for week 19 and 20. At least that's the hope. And so, like, that guy, I hear you that he gets worse in the cold weather months, but also generally in the cold weather months, he's been playing a bunch of back-to-back games. So it's not that it's, I don't know, I'm kind of saying that data points back to both. But so, let's see. There are 6 games in NFL history where a quarterback has 5 passing touchdowns and 50 rushing yards. It was Mitch. That's awesome. But so, that's awesome. So, it's funny, man. The 2018 season will forever go down, I think, as, I know nobody cares about this. It doesn't matter. I am going to have a hard time not looking at the 2018 season for Nagy and pointing at that and saying, as we get away from this, that was like a Brian Daboll 2021 Daniel Jones level season. You know what I'm saying? Like, the 2018 season where Mitch Trubisky ended up 16th in ANY over A, where Trubisky went to a Pro Bowl as an alternate, like, Bears go to the playoffs, 12-4 season. That's up there with a lot of those how did they do it seasons. Nagy couldn't build off of it, which is a separate problem. And like Taco Man saying, the defense carried really hard. But the offense scored points off the defense's back. It worked out. And then everybody turned into frauds. So there you go. Anyways, let's speed through the last drive that matters. And yeah, Alex, the bull crap, man. Alex, you say, yeah, everybody knew this isn't real. No, we didn't. We all thought it was very real because we were all a lot younger. I love this play, by the way. So Caleb feels the pressure immediately. Feels the pressure starting about right there. And from there, he just goes, makes a play athletically, gets the ball back across his face. Kmet makes a nice little catch. Massive gain. Now, I'm just saying, go to Rome. Dude's always open. Like, golly. Whether it's a little of anticipation from Caleb, because I think if you run this, let's say Caleb is in year 3, my hope would be that Caleb would just loft this ball to Rome immediately, and then Rome has a one-on-one with a potential touchdown. Like, it's honestly, Alex, you say that, like, Alex, I knew a lot less about football in 2018. 2018 was one of my first season. And so I looked at Mitch and I saw somebody who was growing. Like, I was way, way younger in the game. You study it hard, you get better quickly. But so I think Caleb is probably looking at Rome, and with a little more trust and experience, I really think he throws this. And I would hope, like, you want to watch something that should change against the Vikings, against the Lions, against the Packers. If he gets an opportunity like this, I think you need to throw it. It helps that Jacksonville just busts. Like, there's no way this is the scheme. 25 has no leverage on him at all. Like, but kudos to Caleb, because he just turns and goes and uses a little athleticism to make this thing work. And like somebody else is mentioning, Kmet does a good job of looking back for the football and knowing that Caleb can get it to him. Like, kudos to Kmet, dude. There's a little faith here. Like, Kmet is running up field with full expectation that he's getting the football. So at least Caleb is making a lot of these guys think that he's going to make these plays. There's a replicability that I feel like we didn't see sometimes, in my opinion, with Justin, where guys just didn't run like they thought they were going to get the ball. In my opinion, they thought Justin was generally going to scramble. This turns into a ball that gets you to the 10. 1st and 10 at the, 35? Quick flick, gets you all the way to the 10-yard line. That'll do. But like you're saying, Taco, you mentioned they see Rome open all the time. Here's what I think, Taco Man. Do I need to explain this further? I know this is a lame argument, but I believe it. Where I think right now, Taco Man, you got to remember that this is a week 6 game. I think money is still doing a lot of talking. Some of these over routes, some of these routes that I think Keenan struggles with a little bit, right? DJ getting the ball a lot. You got to start with the guys who are making the money. And then as Rome distinguishes himself, I think he's going to get the ball more. What I'm really trying to tell you, Taco Man, I believe that they will sort this out by around week 13, personally, right? But so, let's see. I agree with you, Alex. I think the offense is evolving a lot, and this is great. How you doing, Dynasty? Dead awake, it could be. It could be that Rome's making mental mistakes and they don't trust him yet, which is totally fine. Like, can I be honest? This is the time to do it. You got to make him eventually, right, Dead awake? The good news is that, okay, so I just said earlier it's so weird, right? Dead awake. I feel like football is a game of contradictions. You know what I'm saying? Like, on one hand, I just went through a whole diatribe of how I prefer physical mistakes to mental mistakes. It's not quite the same with defensive linemen and receivers. You feel me, dead awake? Like, with my receivers, I want to see them open. Like, I want to see them open all the time. If you can get open, but you don't seem to know the play, I will tell myself I can teach you the play. I will tell myself that I can have somebody walk you to your spot out of the huddle and say, "You're running a post. Just run it." Like, the guys who can't separate but know the play, happy for them. The guys that can separate will find a way. Maybe it's Cope. Could be Cope. But when I watch Rome run some of these routes, I'm like, they'll figure it out. Get on you, DJ. It's the Mitch touchdown. Taylor Gabriel scored off one of these with Chase Daniel and Mitch Trubisky in the backfield on it. It was awesome. It was one of the ultimate, like, unbuckle your pants and hit the floor, like, kinds of plays that I think I've seen. The double quarterback play was such a bird flip to Tampa Bay that I still can't believe it actually happened. And then Swift gets in. Yay. I'm going to be blunt, guys. The offense is over. Like, I don't love watching tape of the grinded out part. But that guy you mentioned, why do we only see DJ run streaks and outs? To be honest with you, that guy, I would tell you I think it's because when DJ's running slants and stuff like that, I just don't think he has the snap in his routes that some of the other guys do. Now, you are free to disagree with me, but I'm trying to give you my honest opinion here, where right now I think DJ is running better straight line routes than he is like snappy digs and things like that. The problem is Rome is also running better routes than Keenan when it comes to like anything in the intermediate. Like when Rome is snapping or breaking or frankly just like jetting deep, I think he does a better job than Keenan. And then for some reason, they'll set Keenan up to run these long overs that Keenan can really only get to like there on. So I don't know. You tell me. But like you're saying, I thought DJ was a killer on digs last year also. I don't know whether he's playing into shape. I can just tell you that at least this year, I don't feel like he's getting in and out of it. Fiddler, I think everybody else can hear me. At least everybody else is talking to me. So it could be just it could be some technical thing for all I know. But if you include the DJ getting in and then the DJ INT, it could have been a 6 touchdown game. Absolutely. No worries, Bearski. I got you. It's, let me see, enjoying their evening. No worries. I'm excited to see you here, Robert. So generally, here's my take, okay? When I watch this game, I feel like Caleb is doing a lot of things well. I would tell you, I think the most fun part about this, here, let me draw this. What we can do, what is this? Blue will work. Let's go black first. Here's our little goblet, right? My favorite part about where we are with Caleb right now is that I think we have a decent amount of water in the glass, but I think there's a lot more to go. Like, I would tell you, it's going to look like piss. Everybody just get ready. But it's not. I'm just trying to use a different color to show the rest. Like, I think that there's a second set or like there's another layer, another level of Caleb's game that he's got access to. Right now, if I was going to try to put some kind of a number on it, because everybody loves numbers, I personally think he's at about 70% of where he's probably going to get. The good news is this 70%, you can work with it. It's not going to work every single day, but at least at what I'm seeing, Alex, right now, you've got a playable floor that you can work with. It will not mean that every single play will go well. But do you feel what I'm feeling, Alex, where it's like I watch Caleb And not only do I think that next level is achievable, but what the Bears have right now, you can work with this. You can build an offense out of what Caleb is doing. You can build an offense out of what we are hitting. You can make this work at an NFL level. And I felt like I've spent a lot of time watching the Bears. Am I good to say this? Like, I feel like I've spent a lot of time watching the Bears run gimmick offenses, waiting for the full offense to come. And in this offense, I see the Bears running a pretty standard, fair offense that we're not taking the top off of things yet, but you'd hope that that would come. I've watched a lot of Bears quarterbacks where all they could really do was take the top off of the defense sometimes. And outside of that, I mean, with Fields, for instance, he would run the ball out of out of scramble sets. He would throw the ball outside the numbers. And that was kind of it on a lot of cases. Obviously, it was more complicated than that. You play 30 or 28 attempts a game. You're going to get the occasional big slant, the occasional 6-yard in. But it feels like Caleb makes them look as routine as we feel like they should be. And I think that's a positive thing. The best part about this is that the journey's not over. I don't look at Caleb and see the finished product. Today, I don't know if Caleb's better than Jaden Daniels, but I think the ceiling is so high, it's hard for me not to be extremely excited about where he's going from here. And I am excited to see what that looks like. It will be great. At least I think so. But so let's take a look at a little bit of defense. Dylan mentions he seems to be at the same level as Kyler Murray. Okay, so friends, if there is one thing, this is a little bit of statistical gobbledygook, and I don't realistically think that it's going to happen. But let me just give you a fun thing, okay? So if you take right now weeks 3 through week 6, and then you project that plus weeks 1 and weeks 2 through week 18, as of right now, I believe Caleb becomes on pace to throw about 4,200 yards and like 28 touchdowns. Somebody can check my math. But granted, I don't think it'll be this easy forever. This has been a pretty easy defensive stretch. And so when they play the Packers, the Lions, etc., I think it'll get tougher. But all I'm saying, because I think it's fun, is weeks 1 and 2 right now are starting to look like relative statistical outliers, especially when you consider that they were his first 2 starts, and that's pretty normal for early rookies. At least it's pretty normal. As of right now, Caleb is tracking for the best season in Bears history. Y'all, I don't want to be too optimistic, okay? But I will say this. If Caleb finishes this, okay, let me just ask you this question. Let me say what I'm saying, but in the form of a question, okay? They were TB. So it's kind of I think it's a bit of a perfect storm. But so, KB, let me ask you it this way. If I had told you that Caleb Williams was going to break Eric Kramer's record before the season had ever started, would there have been any season that Caleb could have given you as a rookie where that would have been unacceptable? Or would you automatically be over the moon? I think what I'm asking, because it's what I think some people might want to just figure out before it happens. Right now, this is what on path to about 4,000 yards looks like, but not 5,000, right? But I mean, yeah, right, Akusai. So we'll see what happens. Nothing's guaranteed. But somebody mentioned what happens if that guy mentions what if he goes for 400. Dude, if Caleb hits 400 yards, if Caleb hits like a couple 350 burgers, in the middle of the season, then like, okay. I mean, you're gonna raise that average very quickly. And I don't think the stats part matters. Uh, if Taco Man's still in here, dude, I just want to win. Like I want to win the ball games. And so I look at games like the Titans game. I look at games like the Houston game, and I say, God, you get like one more play on offense in those games, and you don't need heroics against the Tennessee, and you don't need much against Houston. Like you play a slightly better game, and you probably win those. Y'all, I have a hard time looking at this Bears offense. Do you feel this way? Tell me I'm crazy. I know that I take a pretty optimistic slant when it comes to a lot of these things. I feel like we're looking at an offense that is building something that won't just fall apart against better defenses. It may get challenged. It may get pushed. But this is an offense that's starting to develop answers to a lot of complex questions. Situational running, I look at this and it's like situational running, what Doug Kramer is doing a lot. Then third down passing, 18 and 13 are combining for a lot. Impact play from a play action set, Cole Kmet is becoming that dude. You haven't even mixed 15 in yet. Like when Rome really gets added to this offense, I'm not even trying to make hair stand on end, but like I think Rome looks like their best threat. Does anybody disagree with me? Like I am struggling to look at Rome Odunze and say this isn't this to say anybody else on this team is the dude. I love DJ Moore just as much as you do. I promise. But when you compare the two, I think Rome looks like a scary receiver. If I was scouting the Bears, I'd say this guy freaks me out. Because right now, Rome looks like he's a really hard cover. If you put a guy like Jalen Johnson on Rome Odunze, I think he can win with his feet. If you put a guy like Jair Alexander on Rome Odunze, I think he can win with his body. Like, I see Rome, and I see a player where the Bears would have to be completely incompetent to not give him a bigger role. And they drafted him 9th overall. I'm not talking about a third rounder. They're going to give him a better role. Like, you don't have to worry too much. He's going to get a bigger role. He was too expensive. Even if it takes Ryan Poles walking down to Shane's office and saying, hey, bud, how you doing? What's you going to do? Because eventually we got to start getting 15 the ball. But, I mean, Alex, you still in the chat? Yeah, you just commented. Like, I have trouble. Like, let me ask you this, Alex. I want you to give me 3 numbers, and I want you to label them, okay? How many yards do you think Keenan Allen picks up in a game where DJ and Rome are hurt? Now, I want you to give me how many yards you think DJ can pick up in a game where Keenan and Rome are hurt. And now, I want you to give me a total of how many yards you think Rome could pick up in a game where DJ and Keenan are hurt. Obviously, all 3 totals are just all right. But at the risk of spoiling your answer, so I am going to deliberately stall here for a minute, but I think I've given you just enough time to at least take a shot in the dark for all 3, Alex. I look at Rome and I see the guy who could produce in the face of, produce in the face of adversity more so than I think the other 2 could right now. Zai, I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, it's a bit, and Chris Foster's bit, I think, worked a little better when Caleb had a poor couple weeks, but right now it falls flat. It just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like, I mean, we're talking about, did everybody see this? Caleb is like here, I'll show everybody. So, obviously, you can't do this forever, all right? RBSDM. So this is runningbacksstilldontmatter.com, which is just a hilarious landing page, if you ask me, we go to EPA, we go to weeks. Now, granted, I don't like doing this either. All right. But if you go to weeks 3 through 18 and you take a look at quarterback EPA per play, doing pretty good. See, Chris, you've posted that message 3 times. Like, it's pretty clear you're pulling it from a playbook. It just doesn't feel authentic. You control better. I know you control better than that, Chris. I know you can. I've seen better. But yeah, Goff MVP. Well, Goff's been near perfect, dude. But so, anyways, this is pretty solid. Now, granted, I don't love the part where I have to take out 2 weeks, and the moment we add them back, we aren't up there anymore. The moment you add them back, you're. I mean, I guess the good news is you're still on like the upper right quadrant, which is kind of cool, wild if you really think about it. But you're behind a lot of other guys, right? But anyways, we're doing all right. This works. But so, anyways, let's see. Yeah, dude, Alex, it's tough though because I feel like the Lions are really good. Like, don't get me wrong, but the Bears have just had their number so hard. So hard. All right. Oh, wrong film. Let's watch a little D tape, shall we? Yeah, that's the thing, Michael. Daniels right now is an EPA god. Dude is doing unreal things from an EPA perspective. I hope the Bears do get to play him, but I just don't think it's going to happen. It is my honest take that the way that the Bears are being, or the way the Bears are talking about him, I don't think it's happening. So, if there's one guy I want you to focus on, just because, like, okay, let's just get this out now, and we'll go from there. All right. I don't think Jalen Jones played very well. Like, at least what I saw early, and frankly, what I want to find or what I want to watch the D tape for and see a little more of is what happened as the game went on that the Bears adjusted to cover Jalen Jones, or to cover Jalen Jones. But what is it, Donald? Did that not work? Oh, Donald, I hear you. But it's the NFL. You got to hold everybody to the same objective standard. Like, that's the problem, Don. In my opinion, I thought that the Bears that the Jags targeted him and had a lot of success doing it early. Goodness. Man, Kyler Gordon gets after it. Look at this. I mean, he gets a little push, which certainly helps. But like, we get downhill on this blitz. And Dexter gets after it. Like, so we first got Dexter crossing the face of the sea and holding the gap. That's probably the most important part. I've seen a lot of guys that'll cross the face, but when he crosses the face, he's able to hold the gap, and that freezes the running back and tees him up for Gordon getting in, on the tackle. Kyler has been playing like he's a bat out of hell. The funny part is, I don't feel like Kyler has been, personally, an outstanding cover corner, but Kyler has been great as a blitzer and has been heavy metal as a run defender, and that's a lot. Like, that'll do. Yeah, Magic, exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Magic. I think that's a lot, right? I think Caleb is playing good. I think he can get better. Dudes. Whoa. 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 Jason, you hear? Slow motion. Get off of me. Like, Trevor throws this ball real fast, but we just watched a lot of offense tape. This guy just gets tossed. Whoa. I mean, he throws him out of the passing lane. He says somebody else can block me. Robert, not 70% completion percentage, 70% like what you call it, potential achievable. Did that make any sense? Oh yeah, baby. Okay, DeMarcus Walker. Let's talk a little bit of a block. Like 95 stays tight with this. Gets back to the lane. Yeah, that'll do. And then who is it that licks or like that lays the lick on the end of the play too? It's Sweat. Yeah, no kidding, Taco. It's funny because like the Bears defense is timely with a lot of their takeaways. They leave a lot of things open, and I think the secondary leaves some stuff to be desired. This is a good route. Like this is actually funny to me. Because it's easy, I think, for everybody to watch any play that a defender makes. I actually think this is pretty good coverage. Like, there aren't a lot of Evan Ingrams. And the Evan Ingrams that are there, like high pointing a ball up against the linebacker, yeah, I'd love for Tremaine to stop that too. It's not going to happen. What you're going to do is you're going to play 27 teams that don't have an Evan Ingram. And their guy doesn't run that route like that. I think Tremaine Edmonds would have a better time defending a Mark Andrews type that he can run with, as opposed to somebody who's equally freaky athletic than him and a quarterback that's going to place a ball like that. I mean, we've talked about it a lot, Michael, that the defense is going to do what they can, but offense gets paid to make plays too. Marcus, if you're still here, absolutely. At least I'm going to look at it because I would have thought that Jalen Jones would get targeted literally all game. So I'm curious to see what happens here. So the Bears are playing cover 3. Oh, Kyler. Yeah, Khalid, that's sort of my thing. Like, I know it's becoming a near meme worthy way to talk about this defense, but this defense is hitting like they don't want to play football with you. If they can keep that kind of thing up, I do think that has an effect. Good job by Trevor. Alex, don't baloney yourself. It would be the most hyped up Packers game since 2023 week 1. And it only barely misses the hype of latest Packers game because we get hype about every Packers game because we're all sick in the head. And you know it. Yeah, I'll take the aggression. This is beautiful. This is actually really, really gorgeous. Like, watch Trevor's footwork here. Not to glow too much, but that's pretty. Like, the way they set this up, that is some pretty footwork. That is a pretty screen. 74 does a pretty job of getting out to Jalen Johnson. That's gorgeous. Like, that's a sweet little play action wide receiver screen. Bears just get caught in the wrong call for it, and they bite the play action fake. This stuff's gonna happen on the first drive. The way that Bears, let me see. I never thought we had a chance in week 1. No, I didn't either, that guy. I don't know if you followed me at that time, that guy, but I caught a lot of heat from a lot of people on Twitter around that time mentioning that the Packers were a horrible matchup and that the Bears needed to win the game, but that I thought it was a really hard road to do it. Then they didn't. Then they got blown out. At least what I've seen, Alex, so far, the Bears offense seems like it gets out, it makes a couple vanilla plays, and then after they get a sense for what the opponent is doing, they start to tailor and lock down a little bit. Okay, Billings. Look at 97 cross the center's face again. See you later. Would love for him to make the tackle. But is this Dexter working over too? Yeah, Dexter keeps his feet alive. Jags need to back it up. Oh, man. How did this happen? How did they let this happen? I don't know what the Jags did, but whatever man coverage goop they're looking at, you get Tremaine Edmonds out wide. You get Jalen Jones in the slot. You get Kyler and Jalen Johnson right here. That's tough. Like, you want Christian Kirk to get wide open? Unfortunately, have Jalen Jones sit on him. That's one way to do it, man. Kudos to Trevor for making a throw amidst a hit. Like, you need a solid release. But on top of that, Bears get some pressure. Did they send a blitz? Bears first contender to never score first. TB, at least right now, it's feeling like it. Bears go. I've seen the Bears do this a bunch of times. They like to play an overload front on some of these third downs. Okay, TJ. TJ Edwards is going after this center. And then DeMarcus Walker makes it work. Nice move there. Donald. One thing that I've found myself wondering, Donald, is whether stuff like this adds up. Because it almost seems like it does. Like, I'm not even trying to gas the Bears up too much. It just seems like early in the game, you start to see this pattern where you go, why'd the other team slow down? And then you watch Trevor Lawrence eat a vicious shot as he's releasing the football. And it wouldn't surprise me if he just keeps getting tagged like that. Just because at least right now, the Bears aren't always going to pressure the opposing quarterback, or at least they're not going to pressure and sack the opposing quarterback quite as many. But they've been pretty violent with the quarterbacks. Like, I mean, just reminding you, the way they treated Andy Dalton last game was brutal. They had very little physical respect for the guy. I mean, they just torched him. You know, looking back, you're almost not surprised that Andy Dalton had a down game the week after that because he got crushed. Dude, yeah, Khalid, they beat up Matthew Stafford. Here we go, Dexter. Okay, I don't know if the center's like not doing his job, just to use an example. Like, look at 65 here. But solid job by Dexter stacking a double team. Like, yes, sir, that'll do. And then Sweat's so athletic. I know everybody wants more from him as a pass rusher, but as an edge defender, man, he can get down the line. Dude, Otter, this division is awesome. Like, Otter, I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't know how they're going to do it. But if the NFC North could figure out how to get all four teams in the playoffs. So, all right, everybody, Otter is a nice Lions fan that we like. I mean, we like anybody, but here's what I would love. Okay, so let's go this way. NFC North division winner is number one. I'm sure we've all looked at this, but I think it's funny. Okay, so there's 7 playoff seedings. So if you get number 5, number 6, number 7, all NFCN, 2 NFC and 3 and 4. One gets a bye, and then you go 5 at 2, or no, 5 at 4, 6 at 3, 7 at 2. And if this happened, there is a chance that you could end up, again, a chance with one. Well, it would be 7 at 1, and then 6 at 5. And the road to the Super Bowl would be purely NFCN. Now, this is bye week talk. It's probably not going to happen just because there's not enough losses to go, or like there's not enough wins to go around. Once the Bears start playing each other, you'll get an Eagles team or I need to look it up. Is it the Bucks? Like, there's other teams that'll more than likely have more wins than the 7 seed, unless the Bears go 7-2. I mean, that would be possible. But yeah, Alex, I mean, like, I'm telling you, if the Bears got scratched, like if the Bears were the 7, and the Bears got scratched against Detroit, and then in a 6-5 game, let's say the 5 gets scratched and GB wins it, and then you've got GB at Detroit, and one of them goes to the Super Bowl. That'd be so fun. Like, I know, Alex, we hate all these teams, right? Because we're all rivals. But maybe you guys don't feel this way, okay? When the NFC North does get into the playoffs, there's only one team. It's this one that I actively don't want to see win, right? Like, the Green Bay is the only one that I'm like, no. They could go 0-17, and I'll be just fine. But if the NFCN became the road to the Super Bowl, it would be such a story and such a year to remember. And this year's kind of, y'all, let's just say it out loud. Like, okay, imagine being Otter right now, just being real. And Otter, I'm not saying that you're in any bad spot. You're in a good spot, but this is kind of it, right? Like, you've got this year, you've probably got next year, and after that, you need to be sustained by young talent that we're going to find out, right? Can the Lions develop that talent? So far, it seems like they can, but stuff like Jamison Williams flaming out, you got to figure stuff out, right? The Lions are in their competitive era today, which is a heck of a thing. A lot of teams don't get there. It is fun to be a Lions fan. You just beat the snot out of the Cowboys. Like, I can only imagine how fun it is. The nice thing about being a Bears fan right now is that this year is completely extra credit. Like, if the Bears make the playoffs, great. If the Bears don't make the playoffs, we'll live so long as Caleb and the rest of the team plays and develops a little bit. It's kind of nice playing with house money. Whereas in Detroit right now, you're looking at a very good team that looks like they've got all of the pieces. And with Hutchinson out, it's like, that was it. Hutchinson was playing DPOY level football. Like, have y'all seen how many pressures Hutchinson accounted for? Dude was unbelievable this season. The dude was better than some teams' entire defensive lines. Like, that's going to sound fake, but it's not. Aiden Hutchinson was that guy this year. So it's going to be something Detroit's going to have to work around. But it'll be fun. Like it'll be neat seeing the way that this whole thing plays out. What do the Bears roll with here? I think you're right, Grant. I think that there's going to be a couple teams that are just bad enough that they lose too many games. The only thing that keeps that from potentially being true, Grant, is that, okay, so today, I know this is not necessarily the truth, but y'all, because a lot can change the next couple weeks, y'all, the Niners are like physically falling apart. If they can't, you know, if they can't put the egg back together, the Bears may have an easier game against the 49ers than anybody ever thought they would have. Like, that's not specifically the Niners. It's more to say that there's a lot of stuff that can and very well may change. But and so, like, because Blazing, it's not even just that they're fraud. Like, I think they're good, but this is exactly what I talked about. I y'all, I don't know if you're feeling this. I only get an analyst only gets these like once. Gonna be honest. Like, gonna be totally honest. I absolutely nailed my Niners take coming into this season. Anybody who thinks that that doesn't matter, I actually agree with you. I think analysts talking about like record stuff is tacky. Like, I don't care. You're here for the analysis, not for a track record. I care about my track record. And all I talked about is that the Niners were getting older. And with them getting older, there was always the chance of them running into injury trouble as the year went on and the Bears faced them at the end of the season. Did I see Brandon Ayuk tearing his ACL? No. Did I see Deebo Samuel going to the hospital for pneumonia? I did not. Did I see CMC and his body potentially falling apart? That one, yes, actually, but not like this. And so you look at this Niners team and you start to get you start to feel better about where you're going. And so it at least where the Bears are today, there's a chance that if you go 2-4 in the division and you beat the Niners, if you go 7-2, that might be enough. Then you go into the Seahawks game with a 10-6 record, a chance for 11-5. But let's see, it did feel that way, Otter, where it was like it was a really bad straw stirred in what was a very harmonious drink. But also, I didn't think it was gonna happen this quickly, but you never think it will, right? And that's the thing, Smitty. Like, I agree. Like, dude, Smitty nailed it. I love the way you put that, Smitty, that the Bears can make a run this year without a map. The Bears feel like they have a chance. Hey, I'm using the word chance. I think we're on the same page that the chance is low. But if a couple young players rise to the occasion and the Bears are, knock on wood, able to generally stay healthy, and God forbid they make a decent move at the deadline, hey, I'm not saying it's necessary, but if they did, this would potentially be truer, where they could just kind of end up one of the only teams that's capable. Like, Alessandro, here's the best way to put it. Like, I agree with you. Bears football, hype you up, fail miserably. No, I hear you, Alessandro. The best way I can put this is that the Bears have a chance to be the 4th or 5th best team in the NFC by pure nature of all the good teams being in the AFC. And so being the 4th or 5th best team in the AFC might not be all that meaningful, Alessandro. But guess what? You don't play any AFC teams until you're in the Super Bowl. So it's kind of a funny thought that, not that it will happen, it almost assuredly won't, but especially if you get to the point where you're playing divisional games, and if you're playing divisional games to go to the bowl, football's a toss-up. Like, there's no game, including some of the saddest Bears games we've ever watched, that you can just no, I don't know. I guess there are some that you know you're going to lose, but there's very few playoff games where it's like this one's over before it starts. Anyways, I don't know what that means. I don't know what's going to happen. I have no idea. But like you're saying, Alex, they don't play the Ravens, don't play the Chiefs. They don't play they don't play the Texans again. They don't play the Bills. They don't play a lot of the really class teams in the NFL this season. I wish they played the Cowboys. I wish they got to play the Giants. So it's a darn shame they don't, if you ask me. But beggars can't be choosers. We got to play. Y'all, I'll tell you what. If there is one thing that I did think was funny, I had a lot of people telling me on Twitter about how good the AFC South was. And I was like, are we looking at a different division? Like, I get it. The Colts are solid. But it did feel to me like the Titans, the Colts, and some of the other teams that they played real early on. I was like, what are we so worried about? Sans Houston. But anyways, that worked out. Yeah, that guy, the Giants D line would scare me. Don't get me wrong. But the Giants don't have any fangs on offense. So I feel like that would just be a slobber knocker. Um, and that's the thing, Alter. Like, let's see. If we finish last and make the playoffs, we'll get a last place. Like, yeah, that's hilarious. I hadn't thought about that. Bears running what? Oh, this is just cover two, baby. Cover two with some triggers. Okay, Dex. Okay. Look at Dexter on this one. Got to pressure the pocket somehow. Here, Dexter just works his way forward. Gets off a block, forces a throwaway. TB, that's a good question. Do you still get a last place schedule if you... I guess you do. Your playoff stuff doesn't matter, huh? Otter, it's funny. Like, yeah, I think a ton of teams would trade to be in the Bears' shoes right now. I'm not even trying to be super duper high on the Bears this year. It's more like the Bears are a young team with a lot of exciting players at the right positions. But, you got to get to magic. This is a very you tell me thing, okay? Because I'm going to be honest with you. If this was a Bears player, I'd be pissed you didn't catch this. I'm excited Hicks knocked it out. Good play to knock it out. Don't allow this. Like, in my opinion, that is a hell of a throw. And a good defensive play. But it is a hell of a throw. Like, watch this from this angle. Man, look at that. You want to talk about an NFL ball? Put it just over the linebacker and drop it down. Oh, boy. What a ball. And good play by Hicks. But also, if you catch that clean, it's a catch. What kind of coverage are they specifically trying to play? It looks like kind of Tampa. Like, it looks to me, based on the way that they're lining this up, that they're playing sort of like a match 2. And if they are, I would like Hicks to be here. In my opinion, I think Hicks is squeezing the vertical, and he doesn't need to squeeze the vertical. He needs to squeeze this. Either that or Jalen Jones should, because he's out here covering nobody. But that's what happens when you've got two backups to that side of the field. Like, if you look at this, we're talking a middle field open defense, and we end up squeezing the middle of the field so hard that, I mean, you mentioned AC Adam, that T-Law is definitely dangerous. Don't get me wrong, yes, but I assume that everybody on this channel can also point out that this is not good. Like, you can't have this much open space on a 3rd and 10. So, I think, or like, yeah, he thinks it looks like that tumultuous. And I'm with you, Grant, that like Jones definitely still has to be. So that's the problem, or Grant, and this is where I have no idea how they're coaching their DBs, because I agree with you, he's got to be responsible for that flat leak. But especially since this is a third and goal, my hope would be we can squeeze zero, push the ball to the flat, and then TJ and Jones can both rally tackle, right? But I don't know. Maybe I'm asking for too much. You guys tell me. I just think that that's an awful lot of open space and that you can cover it a little better. But it's also two backups. So you live with what you live with. And you'll take the play where it's made. It's not a great catch. They're a one-win team. Knock the ball out of his hands and make it work. I tend to think so that guy, this is a perfect rep example, in my opinion, of where I think Stevenson is winning right now. I cannot tell you for sure that Stevenson squeezes this any better, but Stevenson's long enough and athletic enough that I do think Stevenson is more confident that he can squeeze that and still get back down to the flat. Like Stevenson does a good job of or Stevenson does a good job of creating inefficiency. He's not Jalen Johnson. He's not a shutdown corner. Maybe his day will come, but he's not there yet. But at least what he is right now is somebody who is going to get attacked with a lot of volume, and you're going to end up with very middling results against him. Perfect blitz timing. I don't know if Kyler just had the cadence or what, but I mean, it doesn't get better. Like, look at this angle. You'll just see him streak through. Kyler has a natural feel for just bursting through these blitzes that I think is really hard to find. If there's anything he's good at, it's that, if you ask me. And I hope the Bears just unleash him a little more there. Alessandro, I also think that you get to this weird point in the season where we will say that a lot about a lot of different players. Like we'll say, he's not as bad. They're not as bad as their record. I don't know, man. They're 2-5. Like I hear you, but also they're about as good as their record says they are. It's just my take. Spectre, you mentioned, do I think Stevenson will be our lockdown man corner once JJ is done? Well, if they put him in man, I think he's your better bet, but you got to get there later. If there's an area where you can beat Tremaine Edmonds, it's if you hit him with a double move. And this is beautiful. Look at this. I'm not even kidding. I don't even think that there are some of the Bears receivers that can do this. Like, look at how fluidly he gets in and out of that. That's beautiful. Evan Ingram is so funky because he's not a tight end. I mean, I understand he's classified as a tight end, but he can't block at all. But when he gets out into open space and just runs some routes, oh boy, he can run them. I'm definitely not trying to tell you that that's great. I'm trying to tell you that Tremaine Edmonds is built to cover Sam Laporta. The guys like Evan Ingram, they're going to eat his lunch. Oh, man. Oh, man. I really hate singling the guy out. But, like, when I'm watching this play, what do you see? Because what I see is unfair. What I see is not easy, right? But at least what I see on a play like this is Jalen Jones just gets annihilated, which I get it. Linemen, etc., etc. This is not easy. But at the same time, it just feels like I want to see Jalen get something. I like Jones. I think as a depth DB, he is pretty solid. But at least the Jags are targeting him pretty ruthlessly right now. Oh man, look at that. That's beautiful. Is this a third down? This is second down? Oh, this is nice. Look at this. Okay, so 2nd and 9, the Bears are actually going to call an exotic, which I'm about. Like, they line up in a 2 high shell. Generally, in a 2 high shell, they drop into cover 2. But they're actually going to drop into cover zero. Like, Bears are calling cover zero on 2nd and 9. I'm not shocked Lawrence freezes. Like, Lawrence is looking, thinking that's going to be free zone space, and it's not. You throw this ball, there's a chance Byard picks you off. So he hesitates, but you can't hesitate against zero. Let me see if I found it again. Yes. I'll be honest, this is sick in the head call. Like, that is a hell of a defensive call, if you ask me. Get to cover zero from this look right here after playing that much too high, and you get TJ Edwards flashing like that. Whew. Look at TJ get up into that pass lane and then get down and force a sack anyways. It's funny you mentioned that, Blue Dragon. I think that's Flus. Like, I think Washington brought some ideas, but Flus is the one who seems like he's willing to call it. And kudos to him for that, because then you get some of these downs, and these are great. Like 3rd and 11, who's open? Go on, you Hicks. Hicks gets out and is sitting over the top of all this space. Maybe you think this guy's open. Massive kudos, if you ask me, to massive kudos to Tremaine Edmonds. Watch Edmonds just slide up the pole. I would not want to throw at that. So I feel like Taco with Flus, we've seen him time his blitzes, where what you got to give Flus credit for, and I really mean this, like Taco, I don't like Flus, at least not generally. Like the 4-3 defense, the Lovey style, like this is not it's not my feel, right? But where I got to hand Flus some credit, most of his blitzes are getting home. Like they're blitzing out of a lot of the same looks that they're blitzing out of a lot of the same looks that they're generally dropping into coverage on, and you're feeling the effects of those blitzes compared to some of the Todd Bowles blitzes from like last night, where they just got punished and punished and punished. Think about it this way: if you get known for blitzing, offenses start building in a ton of blitz answers. What the Bears seem like they're trying to do, Taco Man, this is my opinion, just generally defensively, is because Otter, at least what I'm seeing, is that the Bears seem like they're trying to run a defense where they want you to over plan for a blitz that isn't coming, and then they want to send the blitz. Like the aim of what the Bears want to do is to get you thinking no blitz. They want to hit you with enough of these blitz-friendly looks that you plan for blitzes that aren't there and then catch you sleeping once you don't think it's coming. And like you're saying, it's, yeah, no kidding, right? But let's see. It feels like he's good with his timing, Alex, and massive kudos to the players. Oh, dude, Alex, at least what I've seen, a lot of the teams where they don't blitz often, the guys that do blitz are horrible at it. What I will give some massive credit to with Flus is TJ Edwards, and when he's honestly, Jack Sanborn counts. And then number 6 and number 9. These guys blitz like dogs. Like when they get the chance, even Edmonds, all these guys blitz well. Like when they get the chance to blitz, their timing's great. They've got great get off downhill, and they make hay. And then they drop into a coverage look like this and just hit the piss out of you. Like, it's not that it works all the time, but then you just get a little bit of rally tackling and some dudes just getting thrown around. Also, check out Dexter. Yeah, right, TV? There's definitely an element of lessons learned that it seems like is coming from Flus, where I do think, TB, that this whole blitzing revolution for Flus is new to him too. But we take what we get. Like, you can grow from being a poor coach into a decent coach, at least in theory. That's a good little pass rush. Putting 68 on skis. And called it an incomplete. There's a blitz. Man. It's not all the way to the ground, but Trevor takes a hit on this one, too. TJ Edwards just comes down to the pipe and gives him a bump. And Byard makes a great tackle. I get you, TB. Oh, I see what you mean. TB, you're saying that last year wasn't about winning. And so the moment that it became about winning, he deployed a winning game plan and went from there. Alex, it felt like that. I mean, if I learned anything from last year, it's that all those odd adages you hear from people about how important that first season win is really true. Like, you need that first in-season win just to get people settled. So what was that? That was the drive, it looks like, where so this is the first drive, I think, after the score. No, this is the drive after the pick. Goodness. I know it like doesn't affect the play. Because it doesn't. It doesn't affect the play. But watching Billings just knife through the line always makes me so happy. Good play, DeMarcus Walker, crossing the gap, fighting back into it. But watching number 97 just dig deep, it rules. Oblivion, we can absolutely talk about it. Kevin Byard's been awesome. I think he's been everything we hoped he would be talking about it this offseason. I know there were a lot of people worried. Oh, man, Billings. Billings looks like he's about to run through the center. He just doesn't get far enough. Kudos to the pulling lineman. He does some work. Or 3rd and 3. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of this from Chicago. Double mug dropout. Oh, yeah. What a tackle. Was that Kyler? This is a beautiful play. Oh, man. Does he go from inside leverage on this? So Kyler's sitting. Look at this. Kyler's sitting in a blitz spot on this this double mug look. So they got both linebackers double mugging. They even have both linebackers take another step. Like, I've seen a lot of these, Grant, where the linebackers will drop out immediately. I mean, I'm sure we all have, right? The fact that they take 2 steps and then drop out, like the Bears are taking simulated pressure to a whole nother level. And then Kyler crosses the receiver's face, beats him anyways for the tackle? Okay. Okay. That is an awesome play. What a guy. Can I honestly say it? The crazy part is that, like, the Jaguars made a bunch of individual plays, but then the Bears at least seemed like they adjusted a little bit of what they were doing in their cover 2 and cover 3 looks. But moreover, hey, let's give the Bears some credit. They sat back in some vanilla looks. They saw something they liked on the line of scrimmage, and they just started throwing some blitzing haymakers at the Jaguars, and they caught the Jaguars with a bunch of those punches. Like, at least what I see, the big adjustment here, it's not going to work every time, but the Bears basically came out in the second quarter and just started hitting back. And it seems as if the Jaguars didn't actually have a good plan for that. Like, the Jaguars seemed to think that the Bears were just going to drop 7, rush 4, drop 7, rush 4, drop 7, rush 4. And so then the Bears started blitzing a bunch, and all of a sudden, everybody's timers got sped up a little bit. Now the Jags came ready for it. Noah, how you doing? What's up? Oh, man, and then you get the fumble. Oh, nice. What's up, no? Or what's up, WFM? Let's see. I didn't see. Oh, Otter. I think a lot of it is Waldron is putting Swift in better positions. I mean, now granted, you can't play much worse than Swift was originally playing. So there's that too. But at least what I saw is that the Bears started putting Swift in positions where he could break into open space a lot cleaner. And that's half the battle for him. Doug Peterson. Goodness. How does Kyler dig through this? Watch Kyler Gordon. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Do we see this? So Kyler blitzes, and I assumed Kyler would get caught in the wash. Like, here he is, picked up by the tight end. Kyler just keeps working. Dude makes a tackle. What? That guy, what's the blessing in disguise? Well, that's the funny part, Otter. He still kind of is, right? Yo, dude, look at this. I know it's like channel meme worthy, because it is. We love Andrew Billings here. Number 97, chasing the quarterback out of bounds. Yeah, Trevor, you better run. You better step out. You know what would have happened. You know how this only ends one way, Trevor. You step out of bounds, or this ends one way. This is how it was always going to end. You and me, Trevor Lawrence. Billings. TV's right. And then Billings has to take out his infinite wrath on the poor chain ganger. He just annihilates. Oh my gosh. Andrew Billings just kills this poor man. Third and 4. Oh, shame. So, if there is a counter, and I think this is good, like I honest to God think it's good that the Bears are getting this out, and at 3-21, the offense that has 3, you know what? They can have a couple, they got us. Like, you'll live. The Bears force them to have an answer, and they do. Josh Blackwell is not Kyler Gordon, can't cross the face of the guy. The play that was supposed to work the first time works the second time. For a nice little gain at that. Okay, Dexter. When Dexter gets some leverage, man, he can work a matchup. Like that's a good job to go get a piece of the guy, slow him down, and let everybody else make the tackle. You got to swarm a little, especially when Andrew's out. 2nd and 6. Where to go? Tight formation. Ooh, look at the little Okie roll the Bears have going on right now. 7, or what is that? BTJ comes across the sidelines and they roll from there. Is this the play action shot? It is. Okie roll gets him in trouble. Because that gets the guy who came in motion one-on-one with TJ Edwards, which is a matchup that I would love too if I was Jacksonville. Here's what's so funny about some of these deep ball things. Like, y'all, we talk about this a lot on the channel. It is really easy to focus on the Bears quarterback and limitations, but like, I mean, am I crazy for feeling like you you should make this throw? Like, you should hit this. I'm kind of with you, Blue Dragon. Like, I'm not even trying to be, I don't know, melodramatic, but you've got Brian Thomas Jr. jogging down the sidelines, one-on-one with a linebacker whose back is not turned. Sure, I guess you have to worry a little about Kevin Byard, but we leave this thing short. Like, that is wide open, wide open. Good job, TJ, for hustling, getting downfield, baby. But that's tough. That is a chance. Yeah, I'd be mad about it too. That's a they got us. Oh, and they pick up the first down. That's too bad. Robert, I also think it comes down at least a little to the reps of just how often have they run that play in practice. Stuff like that. So, to me, hey, look, I'm nothing if I'm not a man with agendas. Chances are Tyreek Stevenson also gets beat on this. But when the Jaguars needed a third down, they just targeted Jones. And he's going to have a hard time covering him. Love it, Robert. Man, Evan Ingram, you dog. That is a beautiful throw, too. Look at Chris Williams getting downhill on that guard. And Evan Ingram is a problem. Every time I watch Evan Ingram, I'm like, this guy can play. And then he goes like 8 weeks in a row with like not 40 yards a game. And I'm sitting here like, what happened? Because every time I watch this guy, he lights everybody up. At least it feels that way. He can move. Decent tackle attempt, need help, whatever. Yeah, Akira, these defensive guys are playing like they think they're all dudes. Like, that's the other thing. There is an aspect of this that is confidence, want to. Look, I hate to sound like your high school football coach, but the crazy part is that half of football is incredibly brainy schemes, and the other half of it is just, I'm that dude, and you're not. Like, here's Kevin Byard. Here's Kevin Byard in a true, like, it's not true. What is this, a blitz? It is. What do they got? One, two, three, four, five. So it looks like the Bears are in a dropout blitz where it's hard to call it. So I'm going to call it a four under, two deep blitz. But they've got Kevin Byard walking up the seam with this tight end right here. And look at this. You just have to think you're that guy. Like, I understand that there's an aspect of like, hey, this is the NFL, but holy smokes. What a sick breakup. Oblivion, you're right, I think. See, I was looking, though, at specifically Edmonds. Like, Edmonds and Edwards are both, at least they look like, they're dropping into a zone, which is the main reason that I wasn't at least originally thinking man. Plus, there's an added blitzer. So, but anyways, I believe you if you know it's cover one. Man, what a play on that tight end, though. Because if you said it's cover one with like a bracket on a couple people, yeah, I get that. And then look at God. I mean, when you get your depth guys, like here's Sanborn and Booker, and they just put 74 in a blender, and 2 misses the block outright. It doesn't get, or like Trevor Lawrence doesn't get hit on a play like this, but there's your twist. Sanborn handles contact, and you hold on to that any longer, and you're getting smoked. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. That's beautiful. 3rd and 2. Tank Bigby's got power. It's okay, Oblivion. I mean, it's not easy, right? Have you noticed, Oblivion, that on this channel, I take every chance I can to be incredibly generic with the coverage calls? There's a reason for it. I'm sure that there's some defensive guru somewhere that's on Coach Vass's level that's like, that's not what the coverage is. And I'm sitting here like, I don't know. Like, most people just don't need the super specificity. We give them the gist. Here's the hold on Jalen Johnson, which means, unfortunately, I know what play is coming. Yeah, this is tough. Originally, I was just like, I'm going to be honest. Originally, I was spitting mad at Elijah Hicks when I saw this. Hicks is caught. Like, Hicks is in a pretty tough spot in a play like this because they throw Jalen Jones some cheese underneath, which he feels like he's got to take. So then you've got Elijah literally in no man's land because you've got one guy running a circus route that's going to beat you if you attack this guy. And then you've got another guy that if you do cover this, like if you see it and you don't get there, he's wide open. Well, what if you did neither? Well, I guess technically he kind of cheats towards him. Trevor Lawrence just throws a dot. I mean, kudos to him. You'll see Jordan Love do that. You won't see Goff do that, actually. Like Otter, I like Jared. Jared doesn't make that throw, at least that I've seen, on the move. But that is specifically what Jared doesn't do. Jared tests windows that a lot of guys just flat can't. Like, I love Jared Goff. What he's doing right now, special stuff, and I really do mean that. But it is neat the different ways that football tests very individual and specific skills. Good rep from Sweat, though. And Dex. Like, Dexter works through. Dexter got a ton of pressure this game. Like, watching the tape back, every third snap is like, whew, there's Dexter again. It's weird, isn't it, Otter? It's like there's a very strange balance you're trying to strike, I think, when you're breaking down tape. Because I want to target the stuff that actually matters, as opposed to pointing out a bunch of stuff that it's like, whatever, not truly who cares, but you just have to simplify it down to what are these guys' assignments, who did what wrong, why are they doing it, why are their eyes there? And then once you get that, you move on. And some people will go, well, actually, that's not match quarters. That's just quarters. Or actually, that's not this. That's just that. Or actually, that's not this. Or that's not cover 3. That's actually cover 8. That's actually cover 7. That's actually cover this. And it's like, I hear you. I don't care. TV, I want to know too. How did the towel get there? Q, this feels like a very you play. Somebody, I think it's Dex. It has to be Dex. Dex is the only one who moves his hand there. Dude, Q, we don't have video evidence, but it literally looks like Gervon Dexter grabs his towel and attempts to block the throw with it. I mean, on one hand, that's just ridiculous. Like, it's just weird behavior. On another hand, I love it. That's that kind of game of inches stuff that you're like. Imagine you throw the towel in the air and on the way down, Lawrence rips the ball through the towel. I mean, this is so funny. This is just strange behavior. Anything for an advantage, baby. Yeah, Sir Lord. Yeah, it doesn't feel like it should be legal, but it's really fun. And then the Bears finally get home on a blitz. No, is it even a blitz? No, the center just gets beat again. Just saying, these three, bad game. Guard just gets smoked by a practice squatter. Like, on one hand, yay, Bears. Jersey looks good. Love it when they get a sack. Player development. On another hand, boy howdy, they are getting some pressure and they're making some offensive lines look not very good. Like, maybe that's just Washington is, the GOAT D-line coach. That's sure. Believe what you want to believe. But it is wild watching some of these, including Carolina. Like, the Bears played Carolina's offensive line, and they made their offensive line look not very good. And it's like, yikes! What are they doing? Speaking of, it is crazy when you think about how many plays you can make that are good, and then you make one bad one, and for all intents and purposes, game's over. Like, I know that there's a lot more that happened in this kind of, or like that led up to this, but this is never open. It's not close. Like, this goes back to the physical mental mistake thing, right? Which is you make the decision on how you want to feel. Justin used to throw a bunch of these interceptions, and I hated every single one of them because to me, this reads not just as desperate, but this reads as I don't know what I'm looking at least not all the time. When DJ's running a deep out route and Caleb misses it here when the target should be like way over here, yeah, that sucks. But at least he knew the guy was open. But this kind of throw, like, I guess Trevor just doesn't think that Blackwell's going to get there. But if he really doesn't think that an NFL athlete can cross a couple spaces, like a couple spaces to his left, I think he's out of his mind. Chances are it's just a decision that you make at 10 to 28. And you're targeting the backup. But that's what he's good at. He's not a demon in the run game, but Jock Blackwell can cover. Also, kudos to the Bears catching their interception opportunities. I've seen a lot of defenses. I've watched a lot of Dallas Cowboys football. These guys can't catch an interception to save their lives. Like, they get a lot of chances at it. It feels as if the Bears are catching the interceptions that are thrown to them, which is a really weird thing to praise a defense for, because you would think that this would just be normal. Don't you think? Like, we get thrown at, catch football, but it's not. It's not that common. Oh man, I'm telling you, I cannot explain this other than it feels like these Bears. Somebody, Q, Grant, anybody in this chat, somebody tell me I'm out of my mind, because at least over the last couple of games, it feels like between the first quarter and the fourth quarter, the Bears D line in particular just imposes their will on some of these quarterbacks. Like, I don't have another great answer for why the guy that was piping throws in the face of pressure is suddenly like, just he steps up meekly and just gets smoked again. I mean, chances are, now that I think about it, the route combination downfield probably doesn't do him any favors. Like, they're down by 18 points. I'm sure they're looking for more than shallow cross. So I get that. But like you're saying, Blue Dragon, it feels as if in the first quarter, the quarterbacks come to play a decent amount. In the second quarter, the Bears seem to turn up the heat. In the third quarter, they maintain that heat. I mean, this is a gorgeous move. This is a gorgeous move by DeMarcus Walker. And then Sweat forces the step up. Like, they're just pounding them. It was Panthers, Robert. Khalid, if they could get anything for Nate Davis, that'd be great. Smitty, I am struggling to not feel the same way. I know it's all hopium. I know the Bears are playing easy opponents, but like, doesn't it feel that way, Smitty? Where it's like, right now, the Bears are getting a lot of value out of everybody on the defense. Like, everybody feels as if they're developing, which is a weird thing to say, especially with where the league is right now. And this sets up for some amazing matchups, Otter. Like, for instance, Campbell's guys hit. Like, the Lions play ball. So you could get some amazing football games. I really mean that. Like, between two tough as nails teams just going to war for 3 hours. It could be awesome. Like, I'm stoked to see what happens from here. Another bracket, another one-on-one with Jalen Jones. It is what it is. That guy, I think Byard's just heady, and Flus and the fellas are putting him in position to use his eyes. I mean, I don't want to make it too simple, but I also think he's physical and can play in man coverage fairly well. Holy smokes. This is a horrible throw. Like, that's just super dangerous. I know you're down a ton, and I guess part of it is that Sweat's just started to smoke his guy. Like, that's another one of these. Like, I hope that they list that as a pressure, because Trevor's only throwing it because of the pressure. But I mean, a better ball and it's picked. So that guy, it's weird because what's the best way to say this? So Byard's really good in man coverage when he's playing man coverage from depth. The way that the Eagles deployed him was basically a nickel corner, and he's not a nickel corner. He's a 30-year-old man. So where he's best at is playing, sometimes it's center field, sometimes it's split field, sometimes it's down nearer to the line of scrimmage, but he can use his awareness to mess up plays and be physical, as opposed to they're trying to play press man or catch man and like run with guys, which is just not his game. I would tell you honestly that I thought the Eagles DC, was it Fangio last year, just deployed him really poorly. But I only get to say that with my chest because they're doing so much better. Austin, TLDR, Caleb good. Caleb not even at his full. Caleb not at his final form yet, but good, and that's fun. I mean, that's the thing, Q. I agree with you. I think Sweat isn't getting near enough impact for, or like near enough credit for just leaning on teams. And it's part of where Quentin, okay, everybody take a deep breath. I don't mean it like it's going to sound like I mean it. Okay? Just take a deep breath. Let me say what I'm going to say. Don't take it too seriously. Are we ready? Q, it's part of where I look at like a Max Crosby and a Myles Garrett type, and I think to myself, hot dang, if you had a true edge one right here, and you had Sweat leaning on you on the other side with the way Javon Dexter is playing, what a freaking D line. And you could put Taylor in DPR situations to spell whoever it was. Like, I mean, you definitely don't have to do it. You don't. But if you had a true edge one, like a killer, I'm having to keep the swear words in my pocket. It's a kid-friendly show. Like if you had one of those like all dog guys, you could have a D line that would be legit frightening, if you ask me. Because, like you're talking about, Q, Sweat is an edge setter. That guy's coming. But if you play the offensive line away, like if you play the offensive line away from Sweat, look at this. Do y'all see this? This is normal. This is what teams have been doing to Sweat. Like, they've been natural picking him all season long. Do we see this? This is a formation that is skewed to slow him down. That's the point. But if you did this such that they have to flip this formation and you get Sweat with this much space, I feel very good. And then maybe it gets even better. Maybe now you have to pivot the running back onto this side of the field with everybody kicked over this way. And then maybe you need another guy to come natural pick and now they're slow to get out. Like, there's all kinds of this stuff that would be just nasty. I mean, I don't know how you do this from a draft perspective. I'm not trying to talk contracts. I'm not trying to talk about draft picks because all this stuff would be just expensive as hell. Like, if you're going for Crosby or Garrett, if you're going big fishing, you're paying a first plus. Like, this is not cheap. And frankly, the Bears may not want to do it for that exact reason. And I don't even know if it's the right option. But if they got like a killer, the rest of the defensive line is balling. Like, dude, Quentin, I know you're still in here. We don't give DeMarcus Walker enough credit. The guy's having a freaking year. Like, if right now DeMarcus Walker has me completely comfortable that we can take Billings off the field on third down. I love Billings' pass rush, but you don't need it. Like, keep him fresh, just like the older days, because he's like, D-Walk is playing great football right now. And so if you move it, like if you're just cycling pass rushers and one of these pass rushers is I'll just go and say it. You're near Aaron Donald level threat. Like, that's money. And that's the thing, Michael. I hear you about how our current rotation's been awesome, but I think, Michael, you have to have a true game breaker to take advantage of teams with better offensive lines, like the Lions, like the Packers. And so I can't help but look at just the situation on the D line and see that if you had that lion, the rest of the dudes fall in line. But it depends on if you need that. Oblivion, you mentioned IOL or D line. I mean, I would take IOL, but it's not a thing. Like, it's like you don't trade for IOL, not really mid-season. And I'm with you, Otter, where it's like I don't think Garrett's getting traded. I don't even if Crosby's getting traded. I frankly, I'll be honest, I think it's a better chance to Detroit. Like, I have I think it's more reasonable for Detroit to go all in than the Bears. But I didn't I didn't see it TV, but that's hilarious if it's the case. Khalid, the one thing I will mention is finding the Jared Verse guy is harder than it sounds. Especially if okay, so the other thing that we should point out. Um Wait, what do you mean, Otter? Like you mentioned Crosby's out. Like out of what? Like he doesn't want to go to Detroit? Or like he doesn't want to get traded? But so Oblivion, I don't think they're going to trade for Quentin Nelson. And frankly, if they did, I just think Quentin's been so beat up that I don't know about it. Also, you got to remember that offensive linemen learning a scheme is kind of like a quarterback learning a scheme. They're just not plug and play dudes. And that's the thing. Like, Michael, I'm cool if they go with a depth piece. Like, the Bears are in a weird spot where, of course, I want them to make that one more move, but I also don't think they're going to. Like, Michael, I think that it's much more likely that the Bears end up with a couple of rumored interests. Um, and goodness, Otter, that's tough. That's tough if he really said that. That sucks. Jeez. See, to me, I struggle to see reps like this and not I don't know, it's just wild. Like look at this. Look at TJ Edwards just knock the snot out of the running back. He just puts his head down and says, "This is the NFL." And then on the other side, does Jalen get any piece of this? Nah, dude, you gotta catch that. Okay, so Jalen holds his arm a little bit. Like Jalen definitely makes it complicated. But I love Jalen Johnson. I would not call this a coverage win. I think Gabe does a great job of setting this up and trying to make a play on the ball. But like you're saying, Matthew, Lawrence gets hit again. If only, right, Austin? What did he do to Khalid? Yeah, Michael, it's a beautiful catch. Oblivion, he's just not super fast. So he's going to get beat on a lot of those deeper balls, and you're just going to live with it. Especially if he can make them lower percentage just like that. Oh, yeah, you bet, Fuzz. You showed up just in time for the big yawn. I can't help but feel like, what's the time on the clock on this drive? Yeah, I feel like this is where the game went into the tank. Like, we'll watch the resolution of this drive, but you start to feel the Bears comfortable to just sit back and let them throw. Like, just go grab some yardage. Sure, whatever. Burn time. Like, not that a comeback, I guess, can't happen down 4 scores, but extremely unlikely. We're not at the backups in point yet, tumultuous. Like, that's, I believe, next drive, but we're pretty much there. Though, I mean, I guess I say that. Tumultuous Titan. We put backups in at this point. Rob. No, we didn't. We just. Oh. Maybe we did. How on earth did he drop that? How on earth did he drop that? Brian, what are we doing? I mean, comedy of errors stuff by the Jags. Jeepers. I mean, these Bears are coming. Like, good play by Trevor to just snap the ball out. But goodness. Bearski, I think the moment that Brisker, Stevenson, and Gordon all went down, yeah, selfishly, it's a great time for the bye. I mean, it's weird, right? Because the funny thing I think about the way the Bears' schedule is set up, like, I would love for the Bears to win a bunch of the backstretch games, but if they only got healthy enough to win the games they need to win and set the table at 6-3, 7-2, you needed that. You needed that. And so if you could do that and then get back to the back half of the season where it's all attrition anyways, you'll figure it out. Tyler, I've been wanting to address the comment that you made, but I just wanted to finish this up before I hit you with a final thought there. Oh, look. This is the same throw as last time. Trevor just, wow. Y'all, this is the same throw. Are we seeing this? I feel like I'm crazy. Here's Trevor Lawrence missing the exact same throw that Caleb just hit. I'm shocked there's an example this clean. Like, here's Tremaine Edmonds in the same leverage. Here's the same stem. And it's just out of bounds. Did they drop it again? Like, I have to believe that was tipped, right? I have to believe this is tipped. Gabe Davis can't be this bad. He might be that bad. Jeepers. I mean, the Bears didn't just stop. They're coming. Is this sweat? What's got you feeling like the Vikings are doomed? Here's the 2-point conversion. So here's what I think. Tyler mentioned earlier in a comment I wanted to address. He says, quote, "For how much of a blowout this game was, it felt like just a few plays the Bears don't get a lucky break and it's a close game. Nice for the Bears to be on the other side of one of those." Tyler, in my opinion, I think the Bears were a couple of close plays away from winning by only 2 scores. And I do mean that. Like, the Bears kind of get a gift drive where they walk down the field on behalf of a bunch of penalties that I'm sure somebody in the comment section is going to say something like, "Nah, they earned all those penalties," but I don't think so. I mean, I thought a couple of them were ticky tack. If anything, state of the game wise, I felt like the biggest thing that I saw in this game, personally, Tyler, was, I mean, I hate to say it like this because I feel like it's kind of stupid. I just don't feel like this is very, Tyler, sometimes football is a sport that is brainy, and sometimes football is a sport full of soul. And when the sport is full of soul, it's very emotional, and simple things can make a big impact. And I think looking back at the game, it made a huge impact that the Bears scored the second touchdown when they did. The interception, that sucks. Like, definitely that sucks. But coming back down in a 2-minute situation, and instead of getting 3, getting 7, clearly put pressure on the game. Massive kudos to the defense. They kept the Jags out of the hope of scoring for the rest of the first half. After the Jags basically dropped the ball, they could have been 7. They end up with 3. But I also think, at least in this game, then coming out and immediately forcing a fumble, which you could call a mistake if you want to, and then scoring off the back of that, I don't want to tell you the game was definitely over at that point, but I think it's closer to true than it is false, which is its own statement. So, from your boy's perspective, I mean, Grant, I will always believe that. Who do we got? Who do we got? Thank you so much, Michael. I appreciate it. But so, in my opinion, Grant, I don't think the forced fumble was the end, but I think the touchdown after the forced fumble was the end of the game. And that's big. I definitely think, for what it's worth, Tyler, that there will be games that will be a lot closer, or at least there should be. But I will say this, fam. I can't believe I'm going to cite this statistic, but I am. So just prep yourself. Strap in. If you remember, the Bears did so well in the preseason that people actually took to statistical history. And they pointed out that of the 10 teams with point differentials as high as the Bears in the preseason, 9 of them had made the playoffs. Right now, the Bears' point differential, I believe, is 4th highest in the NFL, along with the rest of the NFC North. And so, I don't know if that's still true after the last couple weeks, or after the last week, because the Bears didn't play all 3 of the division teams did. But it begs a question of, are the Bears just putting hurtings on teams that are worse than them? And we'll find out over the next 3 weeks. I mean, I think the Commanders are a darn good team. To be honest with you, I was a massive Dan Quinn hater, and I have been, at least 7 games in, I'm very wrong. Like, Dan Quinn has these boys playing football. But I don't think Jaden's going to play. Let me put it this way, okay? This is totally my take. I could easily be proven wrong. You tell me the last time that you heard a quarterback called week to week after. So, when's the last time you saw like the Schultz report update about a player whose injury was undergoing further testing, and then his coach called him week to week, and then and then everybody in circles talked about how more testing's being done. They're not sure about whether he's playing or not, and then he played. Like, you guys talk me through it, because I can't think of a quarterback that gets talked about this way that ended up playing in this game. And we'll see. Maybe Daniels is fine. And it's all gamesmanship. But I look at the Washington schedule and I see that they've got 3 division games coming up in the 4 weeks after this. Why would you play Daniels now? You don't need to act afraid of the Bears. But at the same time, the Bears win just doesn't mean that much to you. At least I would assume it doesn't mean that much to them right now compared to those divisional wins. That guy's a good point. Mahomes is probably best, or the one that we could think of. But did we think Mahomes was going to sit? Or, anyways, folks, I'm excited. I think everybody should be excited. I really do. But got a lot to go. I liked the Christmas morning analogy. It does feel that way. Got a big game coming up. So we'll get a Bear With Us out tomorrow, and then, or we'll get it recorded tomorrow. I'm sure it'll come out on Thursday or something. Then we'll be at you live after the game, or at least we should be, or something like it. And normal things will resume. Y'all, this will be awesome. Stoked. Bear down. Thanks so much for bearing with me. Have an awesome rest of your night.